Good morning. So as we wait for a few people more, we'll probably just start in about a minute. And as I mentioned, this morning, the first half hour is going to begin with a conversation. So an opportunity for you to ask questions, share what percolated into your mind overnight. And here's some suggested prompts for that discussion. So as we wait for a few minutes, I want to give you an opportunity to just maybe spend a few minutes with a pen writing, collecting your thoughts, integrating what's on your mind, what fascinated you yesterday, what confused you, what interested you. And also want to let you know I made a few tweaks to the schedule. I don't know how carefully you paid attention to the schedule I had planned for today. I just made a few tweaks that I think are going to make the meeting a better flow, especially in the afternoon when we're on the home stretch. So here's our plan for today. Okay, so I want to start by, let's just start by talking about this image a little bit to warm things up. So my question is, what do you see here? What interests you about this image? What do you notice about it?
The light in the center of the house, the central window there, is the same color as the ring around the moon.
What else? Anybody else want to weigh in? What do you notice? There's a lot of different kinds of light in this picture, as John Penora pointed out last year.
Yeah, I noticed, Eric, that the light is largely shining on the pieces of the trees, the mountains that we're not seeing. Like we're seeing the backside of most of the reflective light.
Yeah. And then it kind of blasts down on the house there. You know,
yeah,
like
and that one little opening. Yeah.
Side there of the house. I was wondering.
It makes me inquisitive a little bit about like, what would it be like if we were to turn around, if we were to like turn around from this location where we are and see what's being illumined. Feel like a little invitation into that.
I saw people where there's trees looking at the moon.
Oh, where do you see those people? You mean you imagine the people to be trees or something like that? Or
imagine the trees to be people.
Oh, okay.
I had the same thing. And actually I thought they were soldiers, which I don't know what that says about me, but I thought they were soldiers on horses. until I realized they were trees.
I was wondering if the person in the house can see the moonlight.
I don't know about that, but I thought there were people on horseback as well. It took me a while to even see that there was a house there. Somehow on my screen, the picture
Oh, yeah.
hard to see. When you zoomed in, then it was much more clear.
This painting was made by Rockwell Kent, who's probably the most celebrated painter of the Adirondack Mountains on the other side of the lake here from where we are in Vermont. And it hangs in the Whitney Gallery in New York City, which overlooks the Hudson River. If you ever want to go see it, go to the Whitney Gallery. It was hanging there a few years ago, and probably considered one of a very great painter's masterworks. And he put a lot of questions in it.
Eric, isn't there a house, another house underneath the mountain on the right?
You mean up the mountain
Right
there?
there, right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the trees.
I think it's a house.
Yeah. So, who would like to start us off with questions or observations? What sprang into your mind overnight or this morning? What are you thinking about?
Eric,
Yes.
I can't help thinking that we can explore and attempt to redirect our visceral automatic reactions to relatives, friends, family. But what about our visceral reactions to the larger family, the country in which we live? Especially with what's going on today.
Mm-hmm.
You mean
Yeah, this is
today,
so topical.
today, or in general in these times?
In general, in these times.
Yeah.
I know I'm certainly very affected by it.
Well, 2020 is a big year in the world history. What a disruption.
Yeah.
And yes, so that's a very topical question.
I find that
Can
not
we
only
control our visceral reactions to family? And how does that impact or affect? What would it be? What would it mean to be non-reactive, to be a leader in the interactions people are having about what's going on in the world? Another question or a thought? Thank you, Paula. Yeah, Joanna?
Yeah, a beginner thought and question that I was thinking about last night was that early in the day yesterday, someone clarified that differentiation of self isn't the same thing as mindfulness. And I think as I've been learning Bowen theory and thinking more about what it means to define a self, it just seems so much like an exercise in mindfulness. So, you know, sort of like redirecting your attention from, you know, the anxiety or from like a problem-centered way of thinking to, you know, either back to yourself and what's going on with yourself or to like the greater system. So I've just been, you know, hoping someone can tease that out a little bit more for me. And also kind of wondering, like, can you, you know, work towards defining a self if you really lack, you know, I don't know how to say this quite right, but if you don't really have strong skills in mindfulness.
Good questions. Do you know, have you studied mindfulness more than Bowen theory?
Yes. Yeah, I've had like a modest practice for maybe 5 years.
Uh-huh. Well, you might be one of the people who can start to articulate the answer to that question. I think it's relatively unexplored territory in the world of Bowen theory, and we're pioneers in that journey in a little covered wagon out on the plains. But I will say, I'm going to say one thing about that, and maybe I'd invite someone else if you'd like to respond to the previous question about visceral reactions to what's going on in the nation. I do think that, there's a very healthy debate in the world of Bowen theory about whether meditation could get you an increase in differentiation of self. And I'm not going to take a position on it, but just try to explain it in a minute. And I think the position is that the self in Bowen theory is viewed as fundamentally connected to the family, and that that connection is so essential that you couldn't change what they call basic self, which is distinct in Bowen theory from functional self, which is a kind of thing that can change more easily, functional self. But the Bowen theory lays out this kind of high bar of basic self. What would it mean to change basic self? And I think many people in the Bowen theory world believe that that can only be changed through changes in interactions with the other people who are most significant to the self. So there's a skepticism about any individual practice, such as laying on a couch and telling an analyst your dreams, or meditation, or playing music, for example, that those things, though all valued, might not be able to change basic self. One of the most, probably the senior Bowen theorist and I had a discussion about this when I invited him to come and be a part of this conference the first year we did it. And he said, there are two valuable tracks, but they're parallel and they don't meet.
Could I get in on this? Because this fits exactly with what I was thinking.
Sure.
Yesterday, I mentioned that I was curious about both these realms and felt like there's got to be some way that they come together. And then you, Eric, I think are the one who said something about each of them having their own merit, but not being necessarily too tempted to blend them together. And that was my takeaway from yesterday. And I've come up with a very basic beginnings of an analogy. If I want to take care of my physical health and I decide that an exercise program makes sense, I can do that alone. If I think that having a new eating regimen makes sense, I can do that alone. But if I actually do them both at the same time, I'll probably have more success, and one will likely reinforce the other. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to drink that kale smoothie while I'm on the treadmill.
Okay. Interesting. That's a good metaphor. It's funny too. Other thoughts or questions? Thank you, Steve.
I wonder if both, can you hear me?
Yes.
I wonder if there's something about both fields leading to a calmer brain, which would allow for more objectivity. And in terms of the world's problems, objectivity would be a great plus in this day and age. And Bowen talked about, when he was presenting to the EPA, I think in the mid-70s, he talked about getting the most integrated people to stay on board and work on the problems. And he saw them as being better able to solve problems than the bulk of humanity. And by integration, I would think of the ability to integrate the thinking brain and the emotional system. but having enough control of the emotional system to free up thinking for the long-term future. So I wonder if both of those, both working on self in one's family and working on mindfulness, and couldn't achieve a similar result in terms of a movement towards greater objectivity. And then wherever you took that, from a Bowen theory point of view, your thinking might be different in terms of how one would travel along that road, and another theory would take you someplace else. But I don't know, just an idea that popped into my head.
Thank you, Ann Nicholson. One question I think stands before us is, what would it look like to function really, really well in 2020 regarding the topics of a global pandemic and the election that's coming up? And I was also thinking, related to what you said, Ann, that maybe our two neuroscientists might help us. I'm curious what they would bring to the question of, can meditation, how fundamental are the changes that meditation brings about? Are they, just how profound are they? Are they comparable to exercise? Are they of a totally different order and more fundamental than exercise? And really, what does it involve to fundamentally change self?
Eric, I think you had someone on at the end of yesterday that kind of looked like the poster child of how doing a lot of meditating can make someone a much more calm person than a guy who's 70 years old who looks 50. I think the answer to the question of can a lot of meditation do a lot of fundamental good was answered there. I think maybe the other question is, how much of that does one have to do to get part of it? Like, is it front end loaded or back end loaded? And if I want to get to where he is that going to take me 10 years, or how far can I get in the next 6 months?
Or maybe it's like, just give up because it's too late to start. And yeah, I agree that one of the things that intrigues me about Mark Roberts, and just, there's many people like Mark, is the stability of the changes that he has achieved, he believes, through meditation. I wonder, Mark, do you want to take a shot at this question about how long does it take?
Yes, I think it's a very good question. And I think there's no one answer. I think we all have different DNA, different nervous systems, different strengths of physiology, strengths of mind, different levels of consciousness when we come into this life. And we work on improving all of that as we go through life. But I don't think there's a set amount of time that anyone could give for how long it takes to gain equanimity. I think the Bowen theory uses the word the neutral point. I'm familiar with evenness and equanimity in terms of balance amidst a lot of diversity, which we have right now, very polarized diversity, where people not only are not talking to each other so much, they're not even thinking about the same issues as what's important to them. We have the red states, so to speak, considering one type of issue, and we have the blues considering others. We all understand all of this. How to deal with that? Certainly dialogue would hopefully help, but as a meditator from my side, I think lowering the decibels, lowering the stress through meditation is a key component of how this could come about, both individually and collectively, because what we put our attention on grows in our life, and all of our attention seems to be drawn these days to problems and negativity more than the beauty of life. I think we need to step back, have that neutral point, equanimity, and put our attention on the positive that is still there. We can find it. We may have to look around, but I don't think there's a set amount of time it would take for anyone to gain that level of neutral point or equanimity. It's an individual matter.
Rael, good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for getting up so early to join us. I wonder, do you have any information from us from neuroscience about this question of how long it takes? And also, or maybe the other one of, how profound are the changes that one can achieve through meditation?
Sure. Yeah, and I'll touch on the topic that Paula brought up, which I think was also maybe the first topic that was brought up yesterday too. This very important aspect of, does meditating and becoming more calm and accepting and at peace with what's happening inside possibly take away from capacity for making a difference in the world, where it seems like some really powerful difference making is called for. So I would say, first of all, this is a very common question that everyday people, psychologists, any physicians, any group that I will speak to, and also my colleagues in the neuroscience and generally scientific understanding of the benefits and impact of mindfulness and meditation on human functioning. It's just the common question. How much do you know about how much practice is really necessary to gain benefits, and how much benefit can you gain for a given amount of practice, and how many, not just how many years or months do you have to engage, but is there a certain amount of time that it seems to be key to get over certain types of hurdles. And I think that Mark's intuitive response also lines up with where we are in the scientific understanding right now too, which is that it seems to be quite individual, and we can't give definite answers. And so part of that, though, is related to that the scientific community hasn't had enough investment of money and time and kind of systematic effort at looking at the impact of meditative practices across these different variables, like 10 minutes a day for a month versus 20 minutes a day for a month versus for 2 months versus for 3 months, these kinds of basic, what you would call in medicine, kind of like dose response curves, for a given dose of practice. But another part of the reason is that makes it very individual, and it's multifactorial. But one is certainly that the point of meditative practice is not to have certain experiences while you're meditating, but to transform your experience and reactions and interactions with life throughout your life. From morning till night. Maybe also, and it does seem to be the case, it changes how your brain functions even while you're sleeping. So, the degree to which people take that on and apply the contemplative mindset to their daily life can vary quite a bit, and it can be quite, more of a challenge for some people with regards to whatever kinds of environments they live in to do that. When you go on retreat, for example, oftentimes the capacity to really bring the contemplative meditative mind to your full daily activities, everything from eating to going for a walk, is quite easier because of the decrease of demands on you. And so it's like you're spending all day in a meditative state, even if you're not all, formally sitting or doing formal practices the whole day. And those are just some thoughts about, like, the dose and the challenge in quantifying the dose, the fact that it's not just the formal practice, but also the bringing of those kind of new ways of attuning yourself to the internal world and its response to the external world. That varies quite a bit from person to person. And yet what we do know is that relatively small interventions, so to speak, like, for example, a couple of weeks of doing 15 minutes a day, has shown some statistically impressive effects on everything from stress and anxiety and kind of a depressive rumination to even some changes in how the brain is functioning. And then longer, slightly more intensive interventions for a couple of months, 30-40 minutes a day, have shown even more dramatic effects. People who've been struggling with depression for their whole life, showing a lot less tendency to fall into another depressive episode after they go through such training. So it does seem to be the case that you can gain real benefits relatively quickly after learning the basic skill. And a lot of people don't continue on the path to kind of integrate it into their daily life. And so, that's something we have incomplete information about, the ones who do versus the one who don't. How much ongoing benefit does one gain just by having learned this new kind of method of regulating attention and perceiving in a more meditative way. And then I guess that dovetails a little bit with the question of how fundamental the change on self can one observe. I do think, there's the conceptual kind of ideas about, like, for example, small self, large self, that are relatively easy for people to get sometimes. But that's very different from transforming one's experience of self to this kind of unbounded and one with all things kind of characteristic. And it does seem to be the case, and the question of how much of it is, the kind of convincing oneself of a worldview versus just the actual transformation of how the brain is tuning into the world around us and within us. But that really fundamental shift of what we experience ourselves to be does happen with intensive practice of different forms of practice. And so, I think there's a little bit of a challenge from the contemplative kind of practice point of view of that notion that you can't change the kind of core self. That being said, there are these influences from the family and from early life experience that I think are really profound, and maybe something gets lost a little bit in the contemplative kind of sciences about how much transformation does occur. And the last thing, I think the answer is one has to just try the experiment for themselves and see. Conceptually, I think it's easy to understand that when you gain the capacity for more objective relating to experience and less kind of holding on to your personal reactivity patterns about what's going on, that it gives you more freedom and ability to choose how you're going to interact in skillful ways. But there's all these kind of intermediate steps in the practice of getting into meditation, and sometimes there is a kind of pulling away from the external world and its strife that seems to be part of the practice of getting into this kind of inner transformation kind of work. And so, I think, to be honest about it, that some people will have that type of experience and become maybe less kind of tuned into and attentive to the problems of the world in the process of doing this inner transformation work. But in the long run, I think teachers from all the different traditions agree upon the notion that, unless you are becoming a kind of a monk kind of a practitioner that kind of withdraws from the world, that actually the point of the practice is to be able to use those skills of inner transformation to be able to be of more service to the world. And a lot of people say that that's exactly what they have experienced.
It reminds me of a fundamental, pairing of skill sets that's in the Bowen theory tradition, which is develop the capacity to be non-reactive, even to a parent who behaves indecently. Big pause on that word. I read an interesting discussion of that. How do you, in a Buddhist site I was looking at, is how do you manage your reactivity to the indecency of the parent if your parent happens to behave indecently? And I think many people are reactive to Donald Trump for his indecent behavior at times. And it said that what you want to do is transfer your attachment not to whether a person around you is behaving decently, but to existence itself. And that's really resonant with the Bowen theory idea of becoming less reactive to family members who are stimulating suffering in you. But then there's another side to the Bowen theory path, which has to do with being able to take strong positions when people are behaving irresponsibly in the family, like with children or a wife who's behaving or a husband who's behaving irresponsibly. So I give anyone credit who could be happy and peaceful in 2020. And I think they might be making a contribution to the world, even if they're not talking a lot about some of the big topics of our year. On the other hand, you probably have some very, very evolved people who are very active, and some who aren't. And might be hard to know which are which unless you got to know them. So maybe with that, Rael, can you tell us about meditation and the perception? I don't know if we have this title right on the schedule. Is it?
The transformation of perceptual cognitive coupling.
Of perceptual cognitive coupling. Yes.
Sure. Leslie, did you have something you wanted to say just quickly, or should it wait for later?
Sure, that's fine, Leslie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually had a question for the neuroscientists here, and that I hope that I'll make some progress on today. But I was wondering, just from the science of measurement, with the brain waves yesterday, that was that's always the profound thing for me. We're always talking in Bowen theory about the system, about the family. Is there any way to measure the differences between what goes on, what's happening in the brain in terms of the brainwave coherence and all, of an individual who's meditating alone, one who's meditating with others, perhaps in the family, or just strangers, a few people, a lot of people? There's these group meditations I've been sitting in online, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people meditating at once. Is there any scientific way to measure, is everybody's brain changing along the same ways, or is it still very individual? I don't know, just those were the questions that kept running through my mind last night after we tuned out. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out.
Let's go ahead and give a few minutes. We can borrow some minutes from our large group exchange of ideas after the next two presentations right now, and go ahead and let Fred or Rael, do you have any?
I could contribute to that. We've looked at the effects of a small groups of people, say 10 people, on the experience of a single person. So a single person came in, this was a PhD dissertation in physics here at MIU. Single person came in and practiced their transcendental meditation 12 times. Unknown to her, a group of graduate students came in and sat outside her room, and half the time they read a textbook and half the time they themselves practiced transcendental meditation. And then when they were done, they got up and left. And then when she was done, she got up and left, and she never knew this was going on. And what we found is when the group was meditating outside her door, she reported her experiences were deeper subjectively. There was also more slower breathing. Remember, that is one of the measures of transcendental consciousness. The breath, as if suspends over long periods of time. There's also more alpha coherence. We've also looked at the effect of two people side by side, one person practicing TM in the advanced programs and a non-meditator doing a concept learning task. And what was found is a rising and falling of the coherence of the person in the room, transcending, suggesting contacting that inner field of silence and then coming back more onto thought, led to similar changes in coherence in the non-meditator next door. And when their coherence was higher, they actually did better on the concept learning task. Right now, a PhD student is investigating these virtual group meditations where people are spread throughout space but are linked in time, and actually following to see what is that effect. Because remember, the people reported the experience of deep silence and meditation is outside of time and outside of space. It's almost universal nature. Is it possible that when we're settling into the transcendent, we're actually outside of time, outside of space, and the effect can be seen even though we're not together? So that level of research is just where we are.
It's very resonant with the simple idea that family leadership involves changes to the whole system. That would be a definition. It's not leadership unless there's changes to the whole system. And how would you figure out how to do that? You'd have to have a fundamental understanding of the nature of the system. And I just want to share one thing that I discovered this morning, speaking of the moon, that the famous physicist Erwin Schrödinger has a, he's one of the fathers of quantum mechanics. And a large crater of the far side of the moon is named Schrödinger after him. He addressed the problem of genetics, looking at the phenomenon of life from the point of view of physics. And he wrote a book near the end of his life called What is Life? About the possibility that individual consciousness is only a manifestation of a unitary consciousness pervading the universe. So if he was right, we could have effects at a very, very broad level from an individual who was contacting that fundamental aspect of the universe. Rael, do you want to add anything to Leslie's question? Or do you want to jump in?
The main thing, yeah, I'll just say briefly, you know, what I know about that. I have conducted one study kind of in that domain, a small study, and I and colleagues in the contemplative neuroscience field have discussed it a lot out of a sense of, you know, there's a real interest there. And where does the interest come from? The interest comes from, I think, the same thing that Leslie is pointing to, the experiential reality that, you know, sitting in some group settings seems to be quite different from sitting by oneself. And, you know, depending, oftentimes the reality is depending on the teacher that one is sitting with, and or the quality of some of the leaders within the group that one is sitting with, that experience within oneself of meditating in that group can be quite different also. And some of that may be related just to some of the subtle cues that the teacher portrays with words. But it does seem, many people have that experience that it's beyond that, that there's something just in the prolonged silence in the presence of one particular teacher or leader. There's a different characteristic of one's own experience doing the same basic meditative practice that one is doing regularly on one's own. So, what, if anything, at the level of neural activity might help explain that is just a natural question that also kind of leads into the question of, are there ways that one could maybe, optimize the potential for people to benefit from practice by kind of hooking into that. But the reality is, other than some of the studies that Fred just mentioned, in the field at large, people haven't gotten funded to do much of that work yet. And so, I'd say that it's kind of premature for the meditation field at large to give much information about whether there is a neural correlate to that or not. And that being said, as with many things, some of these questions have been looked at within the TM community before they're being looked at in some of the other practice communities, contemplative practice communities. So some of the preliminary evidence that Fred mentioned does seem to indicate, some correlation at the level of EEG coherence. The question of, when you're sitting in a group, do the brains go into a state of physical, electrophysical coherence between individuals or not, is one that I'd say, we just don't know. We don't know yet, although it may be the case.
I agree with your caveat, Rahel.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you both very much.
Yeah.
I want to suggest let's keep moving now and listen to our two talks that we planned. So we'll have a little time to discuss them after as well.
And I think I need to be made a co-host again. I tried sharing.
I'll do that now.
Okay. Is that showing up?
Yes.
Okay. And are you seeing the black background meditation transformation of perceptual cognitive coupling?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's changing. We're seeing it.
Great. Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. So I think this topic, which directly relates to the kind of essential nature of the mechanics of meditation involving changing one's attentional relationship to ongoing experience at some of these fundamental levels of attending to sensation in a different way, noticing reactions, and actually in the end making a direct and real impact on these kind of habit patterns of reaction. That this fundamental area of the perception to cognition loop that is such a part at a kind of neurophysiologic level of how the human organism interacts with the world is the reason why meditative practices have such a profound impact on our psychology has to do with the fact that we're kind of going to the real basics with our attention of these fundamental aspects of the way the nervous system works. And this is a kind of simplified schematic from a particular mindfulness type of intervention that's been developed for people with addiction, the mindfulness-based relapse prevention. But just to get at that kind of essential nature of like, there's direct experience, what's happening moment to moment, and then there's reaction, judgment, and story about that experience. And so much of our life in our kind of normal, everyday way of interacting in the world happens in the reaction aspect and without much attention to direct experience. And meditative practices, you know, give more direct access to direct experience. And I think that's really one of the fundamental aspects that has them be efficacious and impact us. And these couple of slides show some studies that were done that hook into a little bit of some of the type of stuff we were talking about yesterday with regards to the transformation of self experience and the circuitry of self, but a little less kind of focused on self experience per se and some of the component aspects of, you know, reactivity of the story making, meaning making process. So this was an early study that was one of the first to really identify that so-called default mode network that seems to be related to narrative processing. And so much of our narrative is about ourselves, but that showed, you know, an impact of long-term practice on the activation or recruitment of the default mode, where if you could give people stimuli in the scanner that are nonsense words versus real words and ask them to just categorize which of the two they are seeing, but to refrain from thinking about the meaning of the words. Long-term meditators show a distinct decrease in the recruitment of this meaning-making, story-making, narrative processing parts of the brain, the so-called default mode network. Just showing that at the basic level, you know, it's possible through practice to unhook the kind of automatic meaning-making, story-making machinery of the response or reactivity of the mind. And so it's you know, kind of getting past emotional reactivity to even these really basic building blocks of cognitive reactivity or interactivity. And another study with long-term practitioners in some of the Buddhist traditions showed when people are presented with emotionally evocative auditory stimuli, that as well as auditory stimuli that are not necessarily emotionally evocative, but just you know, randomly presented. You can look at the brain response to either the negative sounds in the lower panel or the positive, or the average of the response to all sounds in the upper panel. And you see that in the lower panels, first of all, the response to negative sounds does involve some recruitment of this limbic circuitry that was mentioned yesterday, some of the deep brain structures that are related to emotional intensity and emotional reactivity, really fundamentally kind of into the fear processing networks of the brain. And there's a reduced recruitment of the amygdala that was observed in long-term practitioners. And in addition, the recruitment of the default mode network, kind of narrative processing network of the brain was decreased to all sounds. So, and that the magnitude of these changes of the kind of reactivity of the brain to kind of making stories about the sounds and responding with fear to the sounds was related to, you know, those decreases relative to non-meditators was related to how much total meditative practice individuals had engaged in over time. And kind of taking a step back from those aspects of evidence for decreased automatic reactivity of the brain circuitry to different kinds of stimuli in meditation, and focusing instead in the potential for an increased brain interaction with the external stimuli. Now, what has been shown is if you look at difficult cognitive tasks as impacted by meditation practice, when the instruction is really to fully engage with those tasks, there's a number of studies that have quite consistently shown that there are these not just behavioral but also brain measures of the brain's ability to more sensitively and effectively interact with external stimuli. So this is a task called an auditory oddball task that I'll present a couple of versions of results. And you hear a series of tones, something like beep, 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 boop. And the boop, the kind of oddball or unexpected tone, evinces a different kind of brain activity than the beeps, the kind of habituated sound that comes most frequently. And if the difference between the beep and the boop is very subtle, it's pretty hard to notice. So was that a beep or a boop? So this was a study showing that if you give one of these really difficult discrimination auditory tasks to people before and after a 3-month retreat, that after a 3-month retreat, the brain responds to a greater extent with some of this sensory cognitive encoding to the difficult to detect stimuli. And another similar kind of finding was shown here with the attentional blink, where you give a series of visual stimuli instead of auditory. And it turns out that when you show a bunch of stimuli in succession, here it's a set of letter stimuli with some embedded numbers. And if the person is asked to remember each time the number was shown, remember what the numbers were. And here a number 3 is shown, and then a couple of stimuli later, a number 9 is shown. So at the end they're asked, what is the first number, what's the second? If that second number, the 9 in this case, comes within a window of around 300 to 700 milliseconds after the first number, what one sees reliably is that there's an attentional blink, that the brain goes offline and it's not able to pick up what that second number was nearly as well. And at the behavioral level, comparing meditators before and after this 3-month retreat, there was a significant increase in the over here in the accuracy of being able to detect whether the stimuli were or which of the stimuli was shown. And in combination with that increased perceptual sensitivity, there was both a decrease of the kind of automated activity to the first stimulus, as well as an increase in the activity to the second stimulus. And so by tuning down the brain's response to the first stimulus, but still allowing for the stimuli to be recognized, the brain becomes more open to and able to perceive the second stimulus in the so-called attentional blink time frame. So, evidence for the fact that meditation seems to both improve sensitivity and efficiency of attentional processing. So getting into some of the work that I've done in this domain, I looked at a series of studies with long-term practitioners, and using that kind of auditory oddball paradigm to look at the different steps of sensory processing versus later cognitive reactivity to both the regularly presented standard stimuli as well as the unexpected oddball stimuli or distracting stimuli. And before getting into the results from the response to the stimuli, there's just looking at the brain state in meditation versus non-meditation. And different studies have found different things about the kind of characteristic difference between the brain while meditating versus not meditating. And part of it probably has to do with what are you asking people to do when they're not meditating, and how you design the kind of collection of the data, etc. But one of the things I've seen across a number of studies now is this increase in the high frequency activity of the brain, the gamma frequency, which seems to be related to it seems to be related to sensitive awake processing of one's experience moment to moment. And gamma frequency certainly goes down when one is in a state of sleep, but then comes back to some extent when one is in REM stages and having conscious experience again. And a lot of work has shown that this high frequency gamma activity seems to be something like a neural correlate to conscious processing. And so increase of the gamma power in the kind of back of the brain has something that I've seen, and it's been even replicated in people who are sleeping when they're long-term meditators versus non-meditators, and then a decrease of the very slow activity in the front part of the brain. So overall, this is consonant with a number of findings now that there's real clear evidence that meditative practices seem to produce a more awake brain state. And then this is that kind of visual depiction of the auditory oddball paradigm with the regular presentation of standard boop stimuli and the intermittent presentation of beeps or kind of ant types of sounds for oddballs or distractors. So we can look at how the brain is responding both to expected, habituated stimuli in the environment, as well as unexpected, sometimes aversive, distracting stimuli. And one of the things that this study found is that in the very early processing of these kinds of stimuli, there was some increase in the amplitude of sensory encoding of the stimuli that happens just in that first 100 milliseconds or so in meditation compared to a thinking state. However, in the later processing stage of the frontal reactivity to the stimuli that are coming in, which is much greater, of course, when it's a distracting stimulus or an unexpected stimulus, and not much of that frontal reactivity when it's a expected and habituated stimulus. That activity was greatly decreased on the right in the meditation state compared to the mind wandering or thinking state. And so despite the enhanced early sensory encoding, a reduction of the later cognitive reactivity. And a kind of complementary finding to that was seen here in those people with more meditation experience. Another measure of early sensory encoding was increased in meditation, but with less experience, you didn't see that. And finally, this is a measure of sensory encoding, incorporating the stimuli into working memory and perceptual awareness that, of course, tends to be lower with the habituated stimuli, but in the state of meditation is relatively higher than in the thinking state, even for the standard stimuli. Those standard stimuli that are being habituated seem to be making it into the kind of ongoing representation of the external world to a greater extent. They're not tuned out quite so much. So more evidence for some enhanced sensory representation, even though later cognitive reactivity is decreased. And then finally, a second study I did with those self-name stimuli. I presented some of the data from the response to the self-name versus other name yesterday. But this is looking at the response to oddball stimuli in that same study, and showing that in the light black and red traces here, this is the kind of brain response amplitude. These are the control participants, and then the dark black and red are the meditators. that in the passive state where people are asked to ignore the stimuli, the meditators show that same tendency towards unexpected stimuli, that they events towards the self-related stimuli, that a greatly reduced amplitude. But then when they're asked to attend to the stimuli and categorize, oh, that was an oddball stimulus, they actually tended to show a greater amplitude than the controls. So showing this tendency towards increased attentional flexibility, that yes, it's possible to kind of tune out and become unreactive to the external world. But then when asked to do so, the brain of a meditator seems to be quite capable of engaging even more so. So overall, this effects on perceptual cognitive processing. There's both the tendency towards evidence of a more awake brain state in general with meditation, and then in addition, this tendency towards enhanced sensory representation and simultaneously decreased reactivity, which this might hook in. It's a little bit of a leap, but to that answer I was trying to give with regards to engaged action in the world, if one is able to be more sensitive to what's happening in the world but less reactive about it, you may have more capacity to make skillful kind of choices and actions to alleviate the sources of suffering and inequity. So in overall, though, I think the takeaway is that there is some real evidence that decoupling the perceptual cognitive habits patterns of the mind and brain is possible through these kinds of practice.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. What a journey. I thought parenting is a long series of beeps and boops. And Amy Post told us a great story about, managing reactivity to a surprise. Like we've all had anybody on the journey of being a part of a family. So thank you. And that was a powerful last point, which brings to mind Martin Luther King Jr. Okay, Fred, you're up.
Thank you very much. And thank you for Raul for that well-paced journey through how the brain intimate functioning can be enhanced. What I like to do is look at the larger picture, the context within which brain processing occurs. And it comes from a point that Leslie brought out in her experience, that as she transcended, which is attention is going within and you're not actively dealing with the outside world, with concepts, with judgments, with problems, and you just experience inner silence. And then she went back into activity. She found that she was better able to implement the knowledge she knew from Bowen's family therapy. And what she was bringing out is there's two things happening. There's an inner silence growing, but also there's dynamism. And this is what I'd like to focus on. How's that possible? How can the nervous system maintain both increasing silence and increasing dynamism at the same time? You see the point? It's like there are two different nervous systems, and one is supporting this larger context, which is becoming more settled and calm and expanded, and it gives you a new basis to see the world. The other is allowing you to focus in with greater dynamism. It's not two nervous systems. What I'll be suggesting is that the brain uses parallel networks. So what we're doing is we're taking parallel networks and we're beginning to bring them together. So one of the parallel networks we talked about yesterday, this idea of low road, high road. When we see someone, the information goes into the eyes. It activates the emotional system. It activates the limbic system. It happens quickly. It happens in less than 1/10 of a second. And what it does is it generates a mood. It generates an emotional context within which this is a high road where you actually are processing the stimuli, within which the processed stimuli comes to mind. Low road is emotional response, high road is cognitive, rational response. What this picture is showing is a key point. We don't see things as they are. We don't see a person as they are. We don't see a situation in the family as it is. We see the situation, the person, embedded in the immediate emotional unconscious response. And what triggers, what shapes the low-road response is experience. So especially in the family, you just have multiple experiences with an individual. You see that individual, and what's being triggered first is the sum of all the experiences that we've had. What you can do later, cognitively, you can go back and you can deal with that limbic activation, and these are some points that Raoul has brought up. What transcending is doing, it's actually reshaping the immediate emotional response. But let's look at how is this possible, these two parallel circuits. First, we'll see what are the circuits involved in focused attention. These Raoul have already brought out in great detail the saliency network. We have part of the brain, this is the insula, left and right side. The anterior cingulate is our spotlight of attention. The saliency network is taking the attention to different parts of the visual field. Also, it's inward and outward. It can go inward to the default mode network. That is, what is the internal space, the internal experience at this time, or it can be outward to the central executive network. And what these networks are doing is they're constantly changing. This is from a recent Scientific American article. They looked at neural imaging from 1,200 people, 280 cognitive tasks, and they tried to address what are the distributed circuits that were used. And the different colors are trying to represent what they are, but we have visual circuits, attentional circuits, frontal parietal circuits. Different parts of the brain are constantly being used to do different things. So this is what the brain does when we're awake. What's happening during sleep? Well, sleep is interesting. During the day, we're constantly using and reusing neurotransmitters, proteins, enzymes. And what they do is over time they break down. This isn't stress, this isn't dysfunction. It's that you're using a physical, as if inert biochemical, and it's being used and reused. It's used and then it's recycled, used and recycled. And it does this 100,000, 200,000 times a day. They just break down. Science is calling it sleep dirt. These metabolites from the day activity. And you make 7 grams of sleep dirt. That's enough to fill a teaspoon overflowing. So this is what's happening during the day. Most of it is just inert metabolites. They're not involved in processing. Some of it is beta amyloid associated with Alzheimer's, also neurotoxic waste. What's happening during sleep is that the brain is sitting in the fluid is flowing over the brain and is sitting in this structure they're created by small cells that are called astrocytes. It's almost like little balls. And the neurons are sitting in this structure, and these astrocytes restrict. They become physically smaller. It increases the space around the neurons, and it pulls the fluids in the brain through the neuron. It actually washes out the brain. Here's a picture which the scientists published. This was in Science. On the left is the moving of fluid. Some of this is cerebral spinal fluid. Other is the interstitial fluid, the fluid around the neurons. They dyed the fluid here so you can see it. On the left is a movement of fluid during sleep. On the right is during waking. Now, where is this happening? By the way, this is the importance of sleep. If you don't get enough sleep, sleep dirt builds up. And we don't need to be told scientifically, what does it mean for sleep dirt to build up? We know what it means to, we get up, we don't have enough sleep, we don't appreciate the world, we're not vigilant, we're not aware of what's going on. But where is this happening? It's primarily happening in the cortex. The cortex is the surface of the brain. Here we have the cortex, and it's showing 6 different layers. The brain wave that marks deep rest and restoration is called delta. It's generated in layers 2 and 3, they're colored blue here. And these are the processing layers. That is, whatever comes up to the brain resonates back and forth by the neurons in layers 2 and 3. Layers 5 and 6, it's the orange are the output. The larger ones here, they're called PET cells. It's a motor response. 90% of responses are motor. These are the areas of the brain that are used most. And we could see sleep dirt would be accumulated most in these areas. And these are the areas where we see the restoration of sleep. So layers 2 and 3 processing. Now layer 1, we'll be talking about, it turns up or down the gain. It's like a rheostat that makes the light on or off. And fundamentally what it's doing is all other neurons in the brain send their input fibers, dendrites, up here. And so if you activate this area, the whole cortex is more active. If you deactivate it, you go to sleep. And then layer 4 here is where information comes from the senses. Let's look at transcending, because we're seeing how can we integrate that silence of transcending during sleep, during waking. So we already talked about transcendental consciousness. It's a unique state. It's our universal nature, outside of time, outside of space. And what maintains this is thalamocortical circuits. Here's the brain, it's looking to the right. Here's the thalamus. Thalamus is like the switchboard. There's 2 different groups of nuclei that have been stained here. This is Ed Jones's work. One he called core nuclei, and they're clumped together, and that's where outside content comes in, from the eyes, ears, touch, taste. It produces a impulse that goes to the surface, the cortex of the brain. Cortex sends it back. You get a neural loop. This neural loop is a neural representation of the outside stimuli. There's a second group of nuclei, which he called matrix nuclei. They're spread throughout the thalamus. Rather than being grouped together, they're spread throughout the thalamus. Input to this is activation up the spinal cord, also produces these loops with the cortex. What these loops maintain is not some specific experience, but wakefulness itself. And what we're doing when we're transcending in transcendental meditation is allowing the content to be reduced, but being able to allow the matrix circuits to continue. And we experience that as just silence, wholeness. So what's happening in terms of the brain here is the matrix circuits spread throughout the thalamus are known to send their output to the surface of the brain. Remember, the surface of the brain is that can either wake up or settle down. It keeps the brain awake even while content is decreasing. And so the 2 areas that are involved is the top layer, and then the bottom layer is just sending its input as coming in, bottom layer sending its input back to the thalamus. So let's see how these can happen to coexist. So we have these thalamocortical circuits. This is the experience of increasingly inner silence, stability, expansion, wholeness. Remember reported people having this experience during sleep. How is that possible? It's possible because they're neurologically different circuits. Sleep is a cortical phenomena. 2, 3, 5, 6, those layers are where the activity of sleep are happening. Sleep is refreshing the brain. It's washing away sleep dirt. It's reorganizing all of these synaptic connections. So that can go on while this inner wakefulness can go on. It's a different circuit which is there. Well, what about waking tasks? Remember, waking tasks is these changing connectome networks. And what happens over time is the changing connectome networks can go on and they don't disturb the thalamocortical circuits. So what this is meaning is that you can maintain inner silence, inner stability, larger context in a very natural way, even while you're able to focus in. And what this is doing, it's allowing, just as Leslie is saying, she went into her daily activity and there was something different. She was more awake, she was more aware, she had more creative energy, she had more conscious energy. She was able to perceive the same situation she's been involved with before, but see it in a different way. It's as if the rheostat is being turned up and there's more light going through the same circuits. And suddenly the world we look at, which is the same old world, looks completely different. There's some research which I like to do with Raoul is looking at clinical groups and using a Solomon 4 design where we look at what's the effect of regular psychotherapy with this group. What's the effect of therapy plus mindfulness practices? What's the effect of therapy plus TM? What's the effect of therapy and mindfulness and TM? Because I think what will happen is that fourth group is where the maximum changes will be. Just practicing TM, I don't think is enough. What Bowen has done, what great psychologists have done is they thought, how can we deal with moment by moment changes going on? I think if you transcend and also have those tools, that you'll be most effective. Back to the analogy of using the knife and sharpening the knife. If you sharpen the knife and then you use very well thoughtful ways of using the knife, sharpen the mind, thoughtful ways of using the mind, you'll be most effective. Thank you very much.
Fred, thank you so much, Fred. I just want to make a general statement of appreciation to both of you for spending your life doing something that I consider extremely important for our world. And I also want to thank, we had two sponsors for this conference. Ernie Pomerleau, who runs Pomerleau Real Estate here in Vermont, sponsored this conference 3 years in a row. And also the Brew family. We heard from Suzanne yesterday of that wonderful talk about the mother. The contributions you made have helped us to support these scientists by helping pay them to come and tell us about this amazing work. So folks, what questions do you have for our presenters?
I have a question. This is Caroline. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I had this question about the slide with this incoming visual. You talked about seeing the person and having a very quick emotional response. And it's, I think you said, I kind of paraphrased it in my notes, but that it's a sum of the experiences that we've had. So my thinking sort of went to, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway, that this is the sum of not just the experiences that you've had with that person, but the sum of all the experiences that you've had in life are part of that emotional response to the seeing of that person. So I guess I wanted to just clarify that I understood that correctly.
You understood it 100% correctly, and thank you for bringing that point up. And this is what can lead to dysfunction, is someone comes up and they trigger a response from another situation in another person. Maybe they look like your brother, and you either love your brother or don't yet love your brother. How you respond to that person is because of your experiences with your brother, the other experiences. And this is I think the great vision that Bowen had, is that the person, individual person, is not only a classical individual, a defined separate individual, but they're part of the whole family. All the experiences they've had with their whole family are encoded in how the load road response is there. And so that's governing how they respond to someone getting up early, making noise. It's just all the things that happen in the family. So thank you, Carolyn. Yes.
I mean, I just have to say something else. Is I just find this so interesting. There is a way that in my own personal life that my husband sometimes responds to me. And about 4 years ago, after years of taking it personally, I recognized that he was not responding to me. He's responding to his mom. when I do this thing, I guess, that's where he goes. And for so long, I was like, you know, I was, yeah, I was having this reaction to that, like, what? Like, what? Like, and so this sort of confirms something that I've been sort of thinking about for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you. And I congratulate you for realizing what happened. I mean, those type of unintentional responses are a real, a grind, a particle of irritant in families. And for you to see it now, when you notice, you probably smile. It brings you a sense of enjoyment of just how we're all integrated and how our responses are shared. Well done, Carolyn.
But what's also interesting about it, sorry, I'm kind of really excited about this, is that, you know, it meshes so well with my own reactivity from my own history, right? So when he's responding to me like that, I'm, you know, it just triggers everything from my own, you know, from the sense of self that I kind of come out of my family with. So it's a really interesting way to kind of look at all this together. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Carolyn.
I just want to mention Caroline's one of our senior trainees in our training program for mostly therapists in our training program. And it's a great place to go on this journey of gaining a more profound capacity to observe and be neutral within your own family, which sets you up for having a wonderful skill set for the families you're going to deal with clinically, just like she was talking about. Do we have another question? Got about 5 more minutes. What are you thinking about?
I have a question.
Yeah, Samantha, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what I was fascinated by was the language that you used, that there's a decrease of recruitment of the amygdala. And I think about it, it's always been described as me as sort of this like watchtower of danger and the role it plays in our brain. And a part of me wonders if it's a decreased recruitment or if it's a fine tuning, because we certainly want to be able to still access it. So I think about how that works together.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a, you know, the very specific finding that I was reporting there was a decrease in recruitment associated with long-term practice for very specific kind of stimuli, which are these, you know, unexpectedly more emotional sounds that were being presented while people laid there in a fMRI scanner, amongst other sounds, including the loud sounds of the scanner itself. So, and of course, in order to answer your question, you have to kind of take that one finding in the context of the other findings that people have now looked at with regards to amygdala and meditative practice. And I think your description of the overall fine-tuning of the amygdala interaction with the world of experiences is a better way of conceptualizing it. In particular, one could say, okay, if the amygdala serves this very vital function of, you know, picking up on that which is dangerous and which we need to attend in order to avoid danger for ourselves and potentially for those around us who we want to protect, you know, some random noises in a scanner that are being presented over loudspeakers that have emotional content but are not actually reflecting anything dangerous, it probably makes sense, you know, from a evolutionary perspective to not give that much additional kind of fearful response to those stimuli, because you know, rationally, you know, there's nothing to be scared of here. It's just some sounds on a speaker. And the thing that has been shown, if you look across the different studies of, you know, emotionally evocative, potentially scary kind of representations being presented, is not so much consistently a decrease in the reactivity of the amygdala, but a increase in the speed with which the amygdala activity goes back to baseline, which is, you know, kind of in line with your thought about kind of fine-tuning of its capacity. So it is actually important that when stimuli are encountered indicating danger, that we have that kind of watchtower of like, okay, there's danger there, attend and pay attention. but that also we will benefit quite a bit if that attenuates quickly so that we can go back to normal functioning and not stay in this kind of heightened alert state that is so reflected in our modern world, I would say, generally, as well as, when taken to the extreme, that's pretty much the definition of PTSD. So, I think you're right on to think of it not so much as a generic, decreasing of the amygdala's response, but a fine tuning of, what it responds strongly to and how quickly it returns to a kind of state of neutrality.
Thank you. That was helpful. It does make me think, if I can just interject one more thing about how meditation can be so useful with clients that have experienced trauma, and just sort of reorganizing the brain that way.
Yeah.
Who else? What are you thinking about?
Eric.
Beginner questions welcome. Hi, Sarah.
Hi,
What's on your
Eric.
mind?
I'm struck. Leslie Fox talked about the synergy, finding the synergy between these things. And Ryle, if I understood correctly, you said when you were talking about long-term people who meditate, long-term, have a full practice for a long time, they're able to tune out external stimuli when they're asked to do so. And then you said I think you said something to the effect of, so in effect, they're more sensitive while less reactive to the external world.
Right.
And where I see the synergy is Eric often uses the term or the phrase connected and free, sort of that the goal for us is to try and be connected to family, connected to others, and yet free. So this notion of the brain being more sensitive, so to me that means connected, the ability to be connected, and yet less reactive. So there's
Yeah, I think that's a very a good way to kind of summarize also the thoughts around, how meditation, when you take put aside for a moment the fact that the engagement with the meditative path can have some unexpected twists and turns related to the fact that it is this kind of deconstructing of our everyday experience and experience of self, so that the kind of everyday responsibilities and interactions with how much importance you're putting on external kind of strife amongst people in society, etc. The path, when you really engage in intense meditative practice regularly over time, you may disengage from that to some extent. However, the long-term goal, and for most people who engage in kind of just everyday, just getting into practice and implementing it so it's a kind of a part of one's life, even though you're not kind of dedicating really long periods of time to, that switch towards just being more connected and sensitive but less reactive, I think is the overall kind of takeaway message that I think certainly my years of kind of getting into the literature as other people have observed changes in psychological functioning and brain functioning in specific, as well as my own findings, have pointed towards, that is very much supportive of the capacity to be a more responsive and kind of efficacious kind of member of collective units, whether it's just the family or society as a whole.
Can I add one thing here? From years of teaching TM, over 25 years of teaching the TM technique, it doesn't always take long time and extended intensive meditation. I've seen major changes in people, sometimes even on their first day, where their anxiety's down, their way of reacting to their family goes down. Even in the first days, weeks, and months, I know studies showed they took PTSD refugees in Africa, these women who were in intensive, the camps and had been fleeing their countries, had an intense lives. Within a month, they were PTSD free from their symptoms. And it maybe didn't even take the whole time, but that's how when they did the follow-up test. So it doesn't require a reclusive lifestyle or in long retreats or long periods of time to start seeing these kind of benefits show up, because they change something on a deeper level, I guess, even than the brain itself. The brain is one of the measures, just like cardiovascular health or other aspects of physical health. But I think if we're looking at who we really are, that inner self, is it more the inner being, the inner soul, the more, what we call it, all these other terms, that inner self is beyond time and space. And so changes can be instantaneous at that level. And then we can bring them back into the physical world because we are a part of the physical world. But some of those changes can be immediately. And a whole separate point I got to bring up because you brought it up earlier. There have been over 50 studies now showing that when people practice the TM, and first ones were not even done in a group, they were just people had learned TM, and when 1% of the people in a city had learned TM, the crime rates fell. And it wasn't because they were teaching the criminals. That consciousness emanated out and reduced the impact on other people by calming the bigger beyond time and space reality of people. And other times when people did them in groups with the advanced techniques, 2,000 people could change the whole United States. So there are other levels beyond what we're talking about that we can impact our society, and this chaos that's on around us could be dealt with in a very small number of people to make that impact.
Janet Smith, thank you so much for bringing up that point. And I think it points to a wonderful aspiration. If we could understand the emotional system of the human family at the broad level, like you're talking about, profoundly understand its systemic nature, and find the right handles to influence that system, which I think we've been hearing about and beautifully presented this morning. We might be looking forward to having something like an amazing 21st century where the technologies of consciousness develop at the same rate that the technologies of industrialization developed during the 1800s, which made so many people come out of poverty. Now let's see if we can get people out of misery. I'm not sure we're there yet. And I just want to say now, as we transition to the break, I just want to introduce my friend Janet Smith, who just spoke, because some people are going to be wondering, what are the resources after this conference to go and do something with what you've learned, or if you're interested in meditation. We have wonderful meditation teachers here in Vermont. My friends Janet Smith and her husband, Edward Smith, who's a Johns Hopkins trained physician, are teaching TM in Williston, Vermont all the time. They're just wonderful meditation teachers. So glad to have you here with us, Janet. And I'll mention some other resources later. All right, let's take a 15-minute break. We're a little bit over, so we'll go ahead and come back at 10:50.
Mindfulness is the practice that I have been using. I am aware of TM, but I have no training in it. I'm getting the sense that there are benefits from TM that I cannot get from mindfulness, or that maybe is there. I'm wondering, how would you rate, I don't know if rate's the word, or compare the benefits of the two?
Very delicate point. The thing is, they have different intent, they have different procedures. The whole constellation of benefits, lots of benefits are published about mindfulness. It's more they're working on different levels. This idea of sharpening a knife and using the knife. And And as Raul was bringing out, long-term practitioners of many meditation traditions report the experience of enlightenment. And so in the long-term practice may end up with the same change of internal state and so on. The point that happens quite reliably with TM is because it's an effortless process, the benefits come very quickly. So those who practice mindfulness and then learn TM, what they always say, wow, I can't believe how fast, how easy it is. The point I was bringing out before about the combination, I think it'd be very interesting to see what's the effect of adding the experience of the transcendent. So you have as if what's the furthest reaches of the mind, and then mindfulness or compassion or contemplative practice where you're looking at the steps in between. And there may be a real synergy there. So rather than either or better than, it may be more of a synergy. That's my thoughts. Rael, any comments?
I think the only other thing I would add in is that I think there's a intuitive sense that people who have been engaged in meditative practices and possibly teaching or kind of aware of the breadth of practices that are out there and kind of come to learn about the variety, have been thinking for quite some time, which is that there likely to be a correspondence that's kind of individual as to who will benefit most and most quickly from engaging in which practice. So the idea that one particular form of practice is really best for everyone, I think it's really just naive and not borne out by experience. There are too many people who've had tried one and then found that doesn't work for them, and try the other, and then vice versa. And so it's not that that one is wrong and the other is right. It's just that for each person's kind of constitution, there's likely to be different types of practices that are kind of most facilitating growth along the path. And we still don't know what those factors are. Very little research has gone into that. A little bit of research onto some of the different brain characteristics that might lead somebody to benefit more from a given type of practice more quickly or not, but nothing about the relative impact of different types of practices depending on different ways of functioning. And then, there are other aspects of these practices that are not defined by the specifics of the attentional engagement, but more about the relative presence or lack of presence of the, kind of philosophical and spiritual, religious kind of foundations or postulates. And I think one thing that's become clear in the modern world is that there are a significant number of people who don't want to take on any kind of religious beliefs as part of getting into a meditation practice. That's not, they're already kind of done with being kind of buying into religion on faith, and instead want to engage in a kind of personal, experiential, transformative practice. And so that is one of the factors that will lead some people to feel more comfortable with one type of practice than another, is the relative presence of those things. But that being said, the religious foundations of ethics and kind of the relationship between self and community is an important component of how some of these practices have exerted benefits for so many people for so long. So, really in this experimental stage, as these kind of practices are starting to be taken up a little bit out of that context.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you, Carla. Okay, now getting started up again. Looking forward to hearing again from two very senior people in Bowen theory who are spending a lot of time thinking about the path of Bowen theory. Just before doing that, I want to just tell you a few things. One, I just want to thank again Ernie Pomerleau and the Brew family. Suzanne Brew, are you on the call now? I know she's dealing with her granddaughter's bat mitzvah tomorrow, so maybe she's not here. I just wanted to thank you very much. Also want to thank Roz Saunders, our administrator at the Vermont Center for Family Studies. Roz, are you on the call?
Yes, I am. Hi.
Roz has done so much for so many months to make this event happen with an awesome attitude and an incredible intellect and organizational capacity. I just want to shout out a big, big thank you to you, Roz, and all you have deal with her. You know how gracious she is. And I also want to show you a few things about VCFS. We have some, so many of you know we've started this program. You can see the little description, the icon down at the bottom there, Free Together, Free Apart, Hacking Family Success, free Zoom meetings. And these are the upcoming ones. We're going to have an event on October 22nd for an hour where we're going to recap this conference. And I'm hoping that some of you will come and help me present that recap and be a part of a dialogue. That's exactly the way I'd like to do it, is to have, I hope you'll come, and I'm going to say, those of you who were there, let's talk about what happened. And so that's a big invite to you to come to that meeting. And then we have a special guest the next week on October 29th, Dr. Mike Kerr, probably the foremost voice in Bowen theory, in my opinion, who has written the most wonderful book on Bowen theory that I have ever read, which was published a few years ago by Norton Bowen, Bowen Theory's Secrets, if you're interested in a fantastic and very deep primer on this idea of the family as a system. The best book I know of is written by Michael Kerr, Bowen Theory's Secrets. I also want to say we have these recordings on YouTube of this series. We used to call it Stuck Together, Stuck Apart. Now we change it to Free Together, Free Apart, because we're hoping to move past the pandemic. They're there. We're going to be giving all of you recordings of this conference for free. We're also going to be selling recordings. So if you know somebody you think would have loved this but missed it, we will be selling recordings of this. And I just want to let you know, those of you who don't, that we do have this professional training program. We'll be doing it again next year. It's already launched this year. And finally, that we have a long tradition, 25 years now, of keeping our fees cheap. You might have noticed this conference was less expensive than a lot of other conferences like this. The way that we are able to do that, we cannot pay for ourselves with the fees we bring in, is through donations. And this is basically what it's about. If you support Vermont Center for Family Studies, we train family therapists and advisors, and they strengthen families and change our community. And we had a wonderful gift from one of our Canadian brothers, Dave Galloway, and I'll just let you read what he said about why he supports us. And it's easy to support us. On our website, there's a donate page, so that's how you do it. But I also just want to thank all of you, because by coming to this conference and supporting us that way, you are making it possible for us to do what we're trying to do. All right. Now, with that said, Amy Post, are you with us? Is Post in the house?
Are we flipping? I had Leslie on the schedule before me. I don't care, but.
Oh, okay. That's right. Leslie, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I think you'll be able to make up some time here.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure why I'm doing this presentation, other than I must have been functioning at a really low level of differentiation the day that you suggested it, because I neglected to say no thank you. And I say that because for all the years I've known you, you've talked about how it's so almost impossible to describe a lived experience. Like you try to teach somebody what a strawberry tastes like. You can't do it. They have to taste it themselves. And that lesson was really brought home to me after I studied and read about meditation for years before I even dared to try it. And then I tried the mindfulness meditations. And then finally, I don't know what came over me, but at the beginning of this year in January, I started TM. And so my experience with transcending is varied. What I'm reporting is my own subjective experience of it. And what I did was I sat down last night and I had to organize my thoughts about it. I could not pull it all together over the last couple of weeks, but there was something about being with everybody yesterday, and in particular, Suzanne Brew's presentation on the mother that helped me start to pull together, at least from a subjective perspective, how I'm experiencing it. So I'd like to just read what I wrote last night because otherwise I'm going to wander all over the place. So I know that I do not experience transcendence every time I meditate. So it's almost more like I know when I haven't transcended than that I know when I have. I think I do sometimes, but I only know because of how I feel afterward. There are times when I'm doing my practice and all of a sudden I'm hearing sounds, and and then I realized that I hadn't been hearing anything, that I must have been experiencing either silence or I had dozed off to sleep, one or the other. So I'll try to describe what I can best characterize as a sense of well-being that I experience after moments of transcendence. Those moments, I think, have happened to me unexpectedly from time to time over the years. I mean, I said yesterday that I've had these experiences over the years that might be I said it more definitely, and as I thought about it last night, I was thinking, well, they might have been transcendence. I don't really know that for a fact. They've happened from time to time, and now it happens more often because of my regular practice, that sense of well-being. Usually when I experience quiet or great beauty in nature, outside, sometimes while I'm listening to classical music or I'm seeing great works of art, theater, or reading poetry. Whether or not these are all transcendental experiences, I don't know. That is, I don't know if these experiences are fourth level of consciousness, because that's now that's how I'm now thinking about transcendence. Or if it's just a finely tuned appreciation for quiet, the beauty of nature, and the arts. When I have these unexpected experiences of deep peace, or maybe you can call it bliss from time to time, it is almost a sense of being in another world. Generally, these experiences occur, as I said, outside, very often on a very clear night, many times on a cold winter night. Growing up in Chicago, I had a lot of opportunities as a child to experience cold and snow. And my mother and I had a little tradition on days when it snowed. After supper, we would go for a walk before the neighbors could get out and shovel their sidewalks. No snow blowers back in the 50s. It was peaceful, very peaceful to walk along the snow-covered sidewalks in the light of the moon, or the stars, or the city street lamps. I don't recall our talking a lot, just walking and enjoying the fresh night air. It was Mom's way of relaxing after a busy day. And when we got home, I remember that experience of coming into the house, feeling so happy and relaxed and ready to easily drift off to sleep. It is a very vivid childhood memory that I hadn't thought about for years until I was learning about meditation in the CFC study group a few years ago. While in college, I learned to ski, and since there are no mountains in Chicago, for many years I took most of my vacations in the winter at ski resorts around the country. Even Canada, Europe, I did a lot of traveling when I was younger. And I had many opportunities to enjoy the quiet of moonlit evenings with friends or alone. And sometimes in the beauty of a sky filled with stars like you don't see in a city, or the silence would just seem to take my breath away. As much as I enjoyed all this traveling to these special places and enjoyed the fact that I had experiences like that, that I didn't have very often at home. But in the end, I always enjoyed coming home more than being away. So no matter where home was, in the apartments I lived in after college, along the Chicago lakefront, or in the home my husband and I lived in for 30 years, no matter where I go, coming home at the end of a busy day, or after an evening out with friends, or home from a vacation in a faraway land, there is that moment when I walk into my home and I experience an almost perfect sense of well-being, a feeling that all is right with the world again, even when that's not true. I get this momentary feeling of total relaxation, and I sense that I'm in the right place, my home. That is what I experience after I finish meditating sometimes. It is as if I have been away and I've returned home. So that's the best I could come up with after pondering this question for weeks now. Finally, I thought I would end with a poem that Andre Bocelli published earlier this year. He writes very nice poetry. And I thought this one just kind of tied into what I was just saying. There's a door in every home, wherever we are. We can go in and out of it without fear or taking extra precautions. We can travel, visit our loved ones, and meet innumerable new people. Opening it requires only the willpower to take a moment of complete silence and ask ourselves, what is really important and what isn't? The key to this other door can be found at the crosswords of the head and the heart. If you want to find it, you will. There is a home within each of us that is like no other, beautiful and welcoming, full of sunlight, with a blooming garden, a doorway to the world, and a balcony that looks over an infinite universe. A home made up of wonder, the desire to share, love, and the certainty that this whole earthly realm is one big family. Let's use this obligatory stay at home to seek it out, to discover the immeasurable beauty of what we hold inside and everything that we are. He captured it much better than I did. Thank you. Thank you all. So onward and upward, Eric.
I'm going to suggest that we now just take 2 minutes of a pause, and then we'll hear from Amy Post. And let me just mention before we hear from Amy that there is this meeting called Bowen Theory and Meditation Study Group that Leslie Fox and Sydney Reed and Lisa Moss started with some other people in Chicago. The Center for Family Consultation sponsors this meeting. And it basically runs about the calendar year. If it's something you're interested in, I encourage you to contact them about joining that meeting. Okay, Amy, welcome. Good to see you.
It's good to be present with you all. Fun way to recognize for me, Dr. Bowen died on this day 30 years ago. And then another fun fact, and it's also, that was my 18th birthday. So today is my 48th birthday. And when I was being coerced and having a difficult time holding a self with Eric's persistence and just saying yes, there's something there. In evolution, persistence pays off. It's not necessarily whether or not you've got the best adaptation, it's whether or not you're able to persist with it. So when I was thinking about how did I want to put my life energy toward the world on this day, in gratitude for the fact that I continue to circle the sun amongst millions of others of people, I can't think of a better way. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to bring my brain forward. I feel very privileged to be amidst the brains that are gathered here today and the thinking that's emerging. I've thought a lot about how I want to kind of approach these next 14 and a half minutes. And I keep coming back to some terms that I hear and continue to kind of think about and perseverate on, perhaps. We've used the term synergy a lot. And I was like, what the heck does that mean? So I anchored myself back into a definition, and synergy being the interactions of elements that when combined, a total effect that is greater than the sum of all individual elements. That's a core concept in systems theory, and certainly is integral to understanding Bowen's theory, which is on a natural systems level. But I think the other piece that I would bring into this is this idea of symbiosis. And that's the interdependency of each to the other. And to me, when I think about Bowen's theory, individuality and togetherness, this process of differentiation, it really is sitting on the recognition, and I would push it toward kind of an ethical term, the humility with which one moves forward in time and in space, recognizing the interdependency we have on all life. I'm going to make sure I hit my last slide, because I think one of the questions that was raised yesterday, how does Bowen theory and the way of thinking about differentiation kind of move us toward higher levels of being? I think this idea of not only synergy, but symbiosis and deep respect and appreciation for our interdependency and the reciprocal nature of how we are formed and are forming one another all the time is a core or a foundational idea that would move us toward ways of being that are much more evolved, much more benevolent for the greater good. So differentiation of self is opportunities for living. I'm going to have a bunch of kind of theoretical ideas on the slides, but what I'd like to do is kind of talk through them in light of this real gift and privilege I have to work with a group of guys. They're my Thursday night dates. So every Thursday night here in Baltimore, for the last 8 weeks, we have convened a group of men who have been ordered by courts to attend a program to help them become more accountable to the fact that they were perpetrators of violence in their relationships. And their violence toward their partners was extreme enough that many of them spent time in jail and have had significant accountability measures put in place for them to move forward over time. And one of the ways that this work can get organized in the world is to be focused on the problem existing within the individual, the problem being a manifestation of cultural values that are distorted from the right values. So believing that people are operating out of exploitation of excess power and excess control, and that they're maniacally organized to suck the life out of whatever's brought forward to them without any respect for other. And to be sure, I want to make sure I'm clearly condemning violence between partners. I don't believe that it's appropriate or right, but I want to also be clear that I'm trying to understand violence within the context through which it emerges. And I think a lot of the neuroscience and brain functioning stories that we've heard about today, the last 2 days help put that into a way of thinking. Bowen theory in this space provides a framework for how to move forward, but it doesn't tell me what to do. It gives me a way of thinking. So in using this idea of differentiation of self, as I engage these guys, there are 10 guys, 9 of whom have been in jail over the last year for more than 6 weeks. One of whom is a 57-year-old immigrant to this country who's been married for 42 years and has a 39-year-old child who is developmentally dependent on her family to continue to function. 2 of the men have 6 or more children. One of the men with 6 or more children has been with the same partner since he was 16 years old, and he's 30-something now. 3 of the men are involved in significant gang experiences and are trying to navigate defining who they are and being different when they are totally embedded in a culture that asks them not to think for themselves. 50% of the men are Black, 50% of the men are white. All of the men on paper represent socioeconomic status underneath the, not the poverty lines, but ALICE lines. Those are the working poor. Many of the men have extraordinary gifts for entrepreneurial endeavors outside of the mainstream economy. And so their supplemental incomes through these entrepreneurial efforts brings in a significant amount more of cash. But their efforts to engage in that space are very erratic. One of the things that I think about is if I'm engaging this idea of differentiation of self, what does that mean? And for me, it has been trying to open my eyes to see new things and new ways of being, to move from this perceptual framework where this is what it is to beginning to expand the perceptual framework and to create space for more broad interactions with what I think is reality, getting more objective rather than just subjective. And working with these guys, the way I approach the work is by asking questions over and over again. I have 2 ideas in that. The first thing that has to happen is being able to slow down the level of reactivity. And part of that is how I organize myself toward this work, but also the other part of it is helping them understand just where they are and inviting them to observe and take it down a notch. And the other part is thinking about how are they conditioned, how are they trained, how are they built in their emotional experiences. What Fred was saying earlier is that it's the accumulation of emotional responses over time through which everything else is pulled. And these guys haven't ever even thought about their emotional experiences as building up lenses through which their life is constantly assessed. So beginning to create a space for that, asking them questions to consider how information's being pulled in and embedding that question within the greater family system. Thinking about how you're inviting folks to just basically put on a new set of glasses and consider their experiences. So moving the conversations around violence between partners from she did or he did to we created this reality. And at each point of the co-created reality, the reciprocal functioning in the relationship, inviting people to think about what parts they are specifically responsible for, yielding to the notion that they cannot be responsible or expect responsibility for the other, but really taking on the opportunity to be responsible for self. That shift in thinking is actually what I keep hearing as the work in terms of how the brain gets reorganized to have a different level of functioning. And I think to the points that are being made, that way that reorganization can happen I would argue is probably multimodal over time and experiential, so that it has to be engaged in many, many different ways. And I would say that the ways that the engagement are most effective are truly dependent on how you are oriented in the first place. One of the cool exercises we do in week 2 of this is I taught these guys how to draw family diagrams. And in drawing the family diagram, you can begin to see how information is both stored in the person and also the reactivity with which the person is kind of engaged around just thinking about the family. The family diagram itself is a tool that you can't deny your interconnectedness with people. There's no way to look beyond this diagram and just see an individual. You have to see the flow of information over generations. You have to see the energy as being inherently linked to one another. One of the fascinating things is just observing how executive functioning is distorted in these folks, even with a model. And I'm a fairly effective teacher with years of experience in preschool and elementary space, so I know how to build out an exercise. Even with that kind of careful planning, some of the guys start their family diagrams so far squashed over to a corner that they run out of space for any subsequent people beyond themselves. And when you ask them, what's happening here? Their brains just thought, well, I didn't think anything beyond who I was needed to be in this room, on this paper. Or other guys, their image of themselves is so dominant in the center, and then you can see subsequent other people just being smaller and smaller and smaller. The diminishing impact of family, the lack of contact. You can see the lopsidedness of cutoff over generations. They might know 42 family members on their mother's side, and then they'll say, I don't have a father. And you'll say, well, there's some scientific fact behind that. Yes, you do. You just might not know who, when, or how. But you do have someone who provided part of the DNA for you. So focusing on these facts and just coming back to them as if they were important actually is a difficult task for these guys, and it really does take a disciplined effort. It is a fascinating, interesting marker to watch who picks this up from week 2 when they're introduced to this and they come back with week 3 saying, I really thought about this. And there's a pretty huge variability in who can tolerate even a picture of their family and who can't. Who gets interested in themselves as part of an emotional system and who isn't. So if the goal is to kind of help people take one tiny baby step forward, how would you start to look at progress over time in terms of differentiation? And one of the things I watch in these guys is just how they are asking questions of themselves rather than asking questions of others. Being curious about not only the bad things that have happened, but the good things that are present. We do this really cool exercise that is about, at the beginning of every session, highs, lows, and cheers. And it's a forced choice exercise, teaching folks to delineate from an all or nothing way of thinking and building out a complexity pattern. Your life might stink. We have guys who are homeless right now who are coming to this group. They are living on a bench. They still show up. And I'm asking them to tell me what your high was during the day. By asking that question and asking them to tone out and building complexity to their lives, they really have to start to prioritize and sort through a volume of information that otherwise they might lump together. The cheers is recognizing the reciprocity we have with other human beings and the idea that we don't always get a chance to acknowledge the reciprocity or the symbiosis on which we're dependent. So these guys are cheersing the bus driver who smiled at them when they got on the bus. Or they're cheersing the fact that the parole officer kept their appointment in a timely fashion and didn't make them sit for 6 hours in the waiting room. Or they're cheersing, one of the coolest things that happens over time is they begin to cheers one another. And they notice that they heard something in week 4, they took it home and used it in themselves and they applied it. And in week 5, they come back and say, hey man, thanks for that, because it helped me. So they're beginning to develop an appreciation of the symbiosis that exists between themselves. They can translate that symbiosis into their partner relationships. And then they're moving toward what I think we're talking about is this pathway toward synergy, where they recognize the integration and the interplay of their relationships as they're all working on being more of a self, has a different outcome than if they stayed in these kind of separate, siloed individual spaces. So the core of the theory, which I think is so interesting, is being able to help people distinguish between the I feel and the I think. I think in Bowen theory, my experience is sometimes we overemphasize the development of the I think, and we think that we have to get rid of the I feel. I think that the way I think about differentiation is that that both of these presences have to be available, both have to be accessible, and both have to be able to be understood as sources of information, but not the total information, one or the other. So last night we did this cool exercise where folks were asked, it was really fun. Remember, these are kind of old, crusty guys. If I can just have 3 minutes, Eric. I asked them to name emotions, and the other person had to act out the emotions, so charades, and then they drew an emoji con kind of thing of what that emotion face looked like. Of the group of 10, the 6 top emotions: anger, frustration, rage, disappointment, and one of them said endurance. None of them had fear, worry, hurt, and nobody had shame. And we talked about how if you could broaden your emotional repertoire and begin to authentically represent that, and then take agency over how you tone it over time, you would begin to have more responses available in the evolutionary adaptation. 2 main degrees of variables. I think this goes back to kind of how are these pieces interplaying? Where's the synergy between meditation, transcendence, and differentiation of self? The level of anxiety, which I think gets ginned up in the reciprocal relationship functioning and the embeddedness of the emotional response center, and the integration of self, which is that top and bottom working as equal and present partners. That's on pseudo-self. I'm going to skip by that. I think this point about the intellect learning that it requires a bit of discipline. For me, my baby tiptoes into any kind of mindfulness, meditation, or effort to just be quiet is about discipline and sticking with it even when it's difficult. That's the same thing that needs to apply when I'm working with my family. It takes a level of discipline to move toward the ant who just does not respond. I think the other thing that is resonant to this conference is that in periods of calm, you're employing kind of a chance to develop ways of being. I hear the difference between using the top part of your brain and pushing it down versus letting the bottom part of your brain be available and more present and free. And I think it's probably a both and. And I'm just gonna scoot way down here. This is the quote that Dr. Bowen leaves out for like, how does differentiation move toward a higher functioning human being and a human system? And I'll end it there. Thank you for tolerating the extra 2 minutes.
Of course. Thank you so much, Amy. I'm really glad you brought in the clinical practice. It's something I was thinking about yesterday that, you know, we talk so much about the big ideas, which I think is awesome, but you brought us back down into clinical practice. And I do want to say, you know, what I think happened on the planet 30 years ago is that Amy Post turned 18 and Murray Bowen saw the hair and he said, I'm out of here. He said, I'm out of here because there's a power that will carry on without me.
I fundamentally refuse to accept that responsibility.
That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
I give that over to you, Eric. You got it, buddy.
That's my story. I think this effortless thing could be an interesting thing to get into. Something we haven't really touched on a lot. Effort practices versus effortless practices. Effort is one of the most commonly used word in the world of Bowen theory. In any meeting you go to, it'll be, among the most commonly used word, along with self and solid. And then, I suppose meditations might exist on a spectrum of effort. I'm not sure. And effortlessness is one of the most commonly used terms to describe TM. So what we're going to do now, I'll send you into breakouts, give you a little chance to integrate this amazing menu of talks we just heard. Thank you, all four of you. And thank you. And I think about 10 minutes, I'm going to do it like I did before, set up the breakout rooms. I'm going to put you in groups of 3. And again, I think jump right in. Somebody just start talking about what you're thinking about and manage the time. And then we'll come back and hear what you've been thinking about. So how are the small groups? John Penoyer, will you please tell me?
Wonderful small group. Wonderful small group.
Anything interesting?
I see. Okay. My computer's making all kinds of noise when I hit my mute thing. Is that coming across?
Yes.
Sure is.
We're getting beep.
That's beep and bop.
That's right.
Aversive stimulus.
Oh, wait, I see. I'm unmuted here. Okay. We were talking a bit about effort, and I'd been thinking last night about effortlessness, and it occurs to me that the effort is really in the showing up, both for the work with Bowen theory and also in meditation.
Amy posted something about getting out of the way of differentiation of self. I thought that was interesting. One thing I've noticed is the master Bowen clinicians, it's amazing how different they are than me at my worst, in the sense that they are just really listening to what the other person's saying. And it's almost through their listening and the quality of their questions that they seem to evoke more clarity from the person they're talking to. How about you, Carl Hilton von Osdal? We got to hear from the clergy here.
Yeah, we were just talking in our small group. So ours was Mark and Michael, and Mark and Michael and I were all in one group, and so we were talking. Michael was sharing a bit about a distinction. Maybe Michael, would you be willing to share that? I mean, I could repeat what you said, but
you mean that last thing I said about the distinction? For faith orientation, as opposed to general society, results of meditation are not as important, or contemplative prayer are not as important as just doing it. To be faithful is to sit, seeking to sit in God's presence, within, without, whatever, and whatever happens, happens.
Michael, are you clergy?
Yes. Once a clergy, always a clergy. Yeah.
How long have you been involved in Bowen theory?
28 years. I studied with Ed Friedman till he died.
One of the things I've been thinking about during this meeting is, how would you ever integrate, could you integrate evolutionary theory, the facts that, we have these ancestors who really aren't talked about in religious traditions, that, really make you wonder kind of what is the roots of the human, with these faith traditions, ancient faith traditions, which I honor greatly, that have these beautiful records of higher stages of human development in them, very, very old. I don't know if you've thought about that, have you?
Well, let me answer it this way, in a very particular way, coming out of a Christian tradition. I'm an Episcopalian. The statement in the Creed is that the Son came down from heaven. And I just think that represents the kind of cultural understandings, attitudes 2,000 years ago. But that actually what happened was the Word came up out of a people, was born out of a people, out of a history, out of an experience. And there's an expression, scriptural and otherwise, in the fullness of time. So it was as if in the Word made flesh, the divine showed up in the midst of history in its fullness. And as Teilhard de Chardin says, that fullness is what is the direction of the whole cosmic order. We're moving in the direction of that which showed up in a point in history. And it showed up in a person named Jesus, but it's a much bigger principle than that. It's beyond that. What Richard Rohr calls the universal Christ, but could be given some other name out of another tradition as well.
Thank you very much. I wanted to get I'm very interested in the conversation with clergy, and I haven't really pulled it off yet. So thank you. Who else? So anybody got a question or a comment? What'd you find interesting in your small group?
I have a question, but it's not related to my small group necessarily. It's can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I would be very interested to hear both the neuroscientist perspective on this. I'm new to Bowen theory, but I've been meditating for 30 years, but not, I wouldn't say, constantly. And I feel that I live in fourth level consciousness a lot. And my question is about the issue of fusion in Bowen theory, like the idea of fusion. My experience is that I'm more differentiated in relation to my family system. And I feel like there's something about my heart being stronger, that I'm able to absorb reactivity from them better. But at the same time, there's something about this kind of inherent emptiness of the self, and quantum entanglement and those types of ideas, that sometimes I feel like I'm overly connected specifically to some of my clients. Like if one of my clients is having a really hard time, it's almost like I know before I even see them, what they're going to say. And my sense is that if they're grasping onto me, thinking about needing to talk to me and having a very difficult time, this seems to happen. And it's just a question, because I'm so new to Bowen theory, but I'm very interested in it. I'm just trying to see what people's thoughts about this is.
Thank you. That's a great question.
Perhaps either Eric or Anne, you could explain a little bit about fusion.
Well, I think, I just think Anne is asking a question that is dear to the hearts of many clinicians. Either when you're early and you start practicing like Dr. Khan is at a psychiatric emergency room in LA County Hospital, or later in your career when you've been doing it a long time and you're regularly, sitting, now it's on Zoom with people who are, often struggling. that people who get into this kind of thing may have a natural capacity to be sensitive to other people, and that it can be overwhelming. So fusion is just, it's another term related to differentiation of self, that the selves of two individuals can be kind of fused in a group, and fusion implies a lack of flexibility. Like fused joints or fused vertebrae in the spine decreases the flexibility of the body. So it's something many clinicians struggle with. And I think one of the things that's very appealing about Bowen theory to people is it helps them find the right balance between being really connected as a clinician and also having a healthy separateness.
I just want to mention that my struggle seems to be more with non-local awareness. It seems to be easier when I'm actually
easier when they're there.
Yeah, when I'm in the room,
you feel yourself kind of affected by that.
Yeah, when I'm in the room, my heart seems to be able to absorb the anxiety more. But sometimes, it's not all the time, but once in a while, there's these non-local experiences that are always validated. And I'm just curious about thoughts that anyone might have.
Could I add something, at least my thinking about fusion?
Please.
Which I have thought a lot about it as the borrowing and trading of self, and the degree to which that borrow and trade is either driven from an automatic or out of a threat response, or either to be a helper or to seek help. And it's maintained in a reciprocal kind of patterning. But that fusion could also be something that is operating above automaticity and have with it intention. And for me as a clinician, noticing that the proximate or the ultimate distance is related to my fantasy system that ties back into kind of automatic patterns of being needed to be useful or helpful, helps me think about, is this happening in real time, a la, I hear you about quantum entanglement, or is it happening out of that perceptual framework that I have just been linked into a narrative that's being presented that is so parallel to the emotional responsiveness in my own brain that I'm now projecting on? And I'm not saying it's one or the other, but just knowing that that continuum exists and inviting myself to be aware of the degree to which it's happening below awareness or above awareness provides me with a choice to how to move forward. So I don't always see fusion as a bad thing. The degree to which it is a mindful or a choiceful thing is probably where there's opportunity for freedom.
That's great, Amy. If I could just add, as our sense of self becomes less in terms of our thoughts and actions and our body and our social status, and our sense of self becomes more identified with that most universal part of who we are, which is outside of time and space. So your perception is going to be more expanded. Your intuition is going to be growing, people often report. And so you can know when you wake up, something's going to be happening. And it could be, what that is, it's a different perceptual sense. It's not from the eyes, it's not from the ears, but it's something, the deepest fine feeling level, the level of intuition. It's a perceptual sense of what's the pattern that's going to happen. And hopefully what it can do is, as you were saying, I think Anne was saying that when they come in, okay, they can deal with the problem. What was happening before, maybe because it's new and unexpected, but you were as if activating all of your resources because you saw that coming. Not intellectually, not perceptually, not cognitively, but on the fine feeling level. And that allowed you to be able to activate resources to be able to deal with it. And it actually came in time and space. And the key point is, once the person goes, are you able to settle back down? This is a point that Rael brought up with the long-term meditators. It's not so much, it's definitely not that they do not react, but what they don't do is they don't continue to carry it on. They can come back to rest, they can come back to the next situation. There's some thoughts that came.
Thank you, Fred.
Thanks. If I could just, yeah, that it's the sense of wisdom does become compassion, in that I have the means to be able to help. And it's after I've helped, it's, I find that it's beneficial, and I'm grateful that I have the capacity. There are moments of aversion when it's happening, but when they leave, yes, I can go right back to baseline. But that's very helpful, Fred. Thank you for that. Sort of something that's been missing for me. I appreciate it very much.
My pleasure, Anne. Thanks for bringing it up.
Intuition is a very interesting topic. Maybe we could talk some more about it after lunch. Well, we're going into the break now between the third and the fourth quarter of this game. I think the game's going very well. I think we're winning. And I hope you enjoy your lunch. I hope you maybe get outside a little bit and see the sunlight and the right here. Next year, we're going to do this again next year. And I would be so happy if some of us would be joining in person, because the mountains are on fire right now with the beautiful foliage. And if you've never seen it, think about coming next year when we do this again and joining us. So enjoy your lunch. We'll be back at 12:45 to hear Dr. Marla Zippin.
To see, perceive things, generate things that we haven't actually experienced before. In terms of the future, I don't know. I used to think my role I'm an educator, was to formulate courses for generations to come. I realize it's not the case. As soon as I'm gone, people are going to do what they want to do. And it seems the real essence is your last point about we're really a collective mind, especially now with the internet. We can be connected to, in less than a second, to people all over the world. And so I think that's where the ideas are going to generate and create a vision that we could not have individually, even in small groups, as a whole world begins to resonate together. Some thoughts. Thank you, Leslie.
That's great, Fred. Thank you for taking those thoughts even further.
All right. It is my pleasure now to introduce my colleague Marla Zippin, Dr. Marla Zippin. As I think probably if you added up experience with Bowen theory plus experience with meditation, Marla might be the most experienced person in the room if you added it up. Yeah, no, I think that's just accurate. It's not, trying to pump you up or anything. It's just saying it's just a fact. So long-term meditator and long-term disciplined clinical psychologist studying Bowen theory in all the classical ways. Here to talk to us about the musings on the interplay of meditation and differentiation.
Well, I don't feel pumped up. I just feel my usual sense of over-responsibility.
Oh, okay.
Are you seeing my screen now?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to try to make, whoops. I'm trying to make myself smaller. Give me a second here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Right.
Sometimes if you put your cursor over.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric. All right. So I'm very grateful and honored to be participating in this very rich exchange with all of you. Like Amy, my conversations with Eric eventually inspired me to say yes, to be part of this group of fellow pioneers. And my hope is that these musings, and I like to think of them as musings, contribute to your integrating what we've been talking about and what's been presented here. So as I was thinking last night, the question that kept coming up was, how do we find our path? How do we find our way? And as Eric alluded to, about 45 years ago, when I was 20-something, younger than my daughter, who happens to be listening right now, I was desperately seeking answers to these questions.
And that's when I stumbled upon Dr. Bowen's anonymous article about his family. This happenstance eventually led me to moving to the Washington, D.C. area, which I still am in, to study with him. And then as I continued to live into that question, about 36 years ago, I started my meditation journey. Ken MacLeod, who some of you may know, writes about Tibetan Buddhism. And he answers this question of how do we find one's path this way? He says, as Fred said, in silence. A silence that is always there, even in our darkest moments. A silence that includes everything and cannot be fathomed. A silence that allows us to listen to our hearts, to our bodies, to our minds, in a way that we did not know was possible. In that silence, awareness is clear and vivid, and we just know, and a quiet confidence is born. So as we transition back from lunch, let's once again take a few moments to enter into silence and look at the screen. So just take a moment to reflect on what you're experiencing. You might want to write down a few words to describe that. Entering into silence while we gazed at these pictures may have invoked some present moment awareness, just as meditation can. In moments of stillness, wonder, well-being, serenity, even awe, we attune to a sense of self that is different from our usual state of consciousness, perhaps touching into the fourth dimension of consciousness that we've been talking about. When we're not identifying with our personality self, the everyday concepts of ourselves, our personal narrative, the self with a lowercase s, there's an opening to this fourth dimension of consciousness, to the self with a capital S. This experience has many names: being, the eternal self, our true nature, pristine awareness, primordial wisdom, the awakened mind, enlightenment, Buddha nature, the Great Mother, even God. This presentation is a musing on the question, what is the difference and relationship between defining self and being self? According to Bowen theory, defining self is the essential task of differentiation. My experience as a student and practitioner of Bowen theory and meditation is that meditation fosters our capacity to be self and to know self, and that the experience of beingness enhances the capacity to define and differentiate self. As Leslie so beautifully spoke yesterday, there is a synergy between differentiation and meditation. Maybe you're familiar with the anecdote about describing what an elephant looks like. If several people have never seen an elephant and are blindfolded and placed in front of different locations around an elephant and then asked to describe what an elephant looks like by touching it, each person would describe an elephant differently. The person blindfolded at the tail would say, an elephant looks like a hairbrush. The one at the trunk would say, an elephant looks like a fire hose. And the one at the leg says, an elephant looks like a tree trunk. It's only when the blindfolds are removed can the entire elephant be seen as a whole with these parts. Meditation can provide this holistic, wide-angle, panoramic view of knowing self, the fullness of unbound being. Similarly, working on differentiation with a family systems perspective also provides a wide-angle panoramic view of how the self has been defined by the family system, and with that awareness, one can evolve and define self in that system. To further our understanding of what differentiation is, Dr. Jenny Brown, in her book, Growing Yourself Up, How to Bring Your Best to All Your Relationships, describes the concept of differentiation as the ability to think as an individual while staying meaningfully connected to others. Our varying capacity that each person has to balance their emotions and intellect, and the need to be attached with the need to be a separate self. A pretty good description, I think, of healthy separateness. She offers these core attributes of maturity in relationship. To have feelings without letting them dominate, including being able to tolerate delays in gratification, to work on inner guidelines and refrain from blaming, to accept people with different views and stay connected, to be responsible for solving one's own problems and let others have the space to solve theirs, to hold to one's principles even when they won't win a popularity contest, and to be able to see past oneself to the bigger picture of reactions and counter reactions. So how does the practice of meditation foster our capacity to do this very hard work that sometimes does require effort of differentiation and being mature in relationships? I'm going to give a pretty simplistic summary of some of the basic points we've been discussing about the benefits of meditation. Through the practice of meditation, the ability to observe oneself develops, which in turn can enable more awareness of self when we're reactive and anxious. Dr. Norman Rosenthal presents in his book Supermind that through the repeated experience of settling, a continuum of calmness is fostered through meditation. In the article shared before this conference about future directions in meditation research, 90% of the 1,120 meditators responding to the online survey investigating the range of experiences with meditation reported feelings of peace and tranquility almost always or many times in meditation. This continuum of calmness builds capacity to deal with heightened reactivity and difficult emotions. Dr. Rosenthal describes that meditation increases brain activity in the prefrontal cortex that regulates impulses and promotes good judgment. Dr. Michael Kerr, who Eric referenced this morning, a gifted writer on Bowen theory, describes how differentiation shows up in relationships. On the vertical axis is self-regulation, and on the horizontal axis is reactivity to attention, approval, distress, and expectations. The more differentiated we are, the greater our self-regulation and the less our reactivity is to attention, approval, distress, and expectations. And the less differentiated we are, the higher our reactivity is to attention, approval, distress, and expectations, and the less self-regulation we have. The benefits of meditation, being calm, being an observer who can tolerate intensity and have good judgment, is exactly what is needed to tack towards differentiation. Oops. In addition to enhancing the capacity to tack towards differentiation in relationships, meditation cultivates the experience of being self with a capital S. In the article we received, 60% of the meditators reported almost always or many times experiencing freedom from the limitations of personal self in meditation. Furthermore, 91% of the survey participants endorsed having an altered sense of awareness, such as awareness going beyond the physical senses, an increased intensity of awareness, or awareness of awareness. This experience of being or knowing self is a transformation from a body, ego-based self-identity to a world, universe-centered experience of self. Lao Tzu speaks of the experience this way. At the center of your being, you have the answer. You know who you are, and you know what you want. Abide in the center of your being, for the more you leave it, the less you learn. Search your heart and see the way to do is to be. Abide in the center of your being. This experience of abiding in being provides a base, a platform for more skillfulness and greater freedom to define oneself. So the question I've been mulling over and musing about is, does meditation meet the need for connectedness by providing the experience of oneness, while simultaneously providing an experience of separateness, a deep connection to the inner self? How might this experience of simultaneity in meditation impact the capacity for healthy separateness and healthy connection off the meditation cushion? Might one have more of an ability to toggle between connection and separateness? Or in Eric's words, to be free and connected. The question of how fundamental are the changes that meditation brings about has been raised here. Dr. Dan Papero, a faculty member and former director of the Bowen Center, postulates that there are three components to the basic self. Basic self is reflected in brain circuitry, the operating system of the brain. If meditation has been shown scientifically to affect the brain's connectivity and circuitry, how might meditation impact the capacity to learn and disrupt redundancy in the brain? In other words, disrupt and rewire basic self. How might the, quote, fine-tuning of the amygdala, end quote, so it can quiet faster and be more resilient through meditation, actually impact basic self? I'd like to explore these questions through my own efforts to define self in my family of origin. I am the firstborn of 3 sisters to first-generation American Jewish parents post-Holocaust. As you can see, I am the first female grandchild on my father's side and the first grandchild on my mother's side. This is a family diagram at the time of my birth. My birth came following a significant death in the maternal family of an uncle that you can't see pictured here, that had brought my maternal grandmother to this country when she was a child. He and his wife raised her and also raised my mother and her half-brother. At birth, I inherited a cutoff on the maternal side, as my mother's father, my grandfather identified there, circled in red, disappeared when my mother was a baby. Furthermore, shortly before I was born, my father cut off contact with his entire family, all of whom lived in close proximity. In my experience, a family field full of cutoffs breeds unhealthy separateness and unhealthy togetherness. Attempts at separateness tend to be experienced as threats of cutoff and with great fear, and the forces of togetherness are strong, engendering obedient loyalty. At a conference on emotional cutoff in family sponsored by the Bowen Center, Dr. Lori Lassiter said that the degree to which an individual organism is programmed to be upset by rejection and to be calmed by approval is the degree to which the organism is guided by a network of triangles. As a human organism, born and raised in a family system with multiple significant cutoffs, my basic self was hardwired to be sensitive to rejection and calm by approval. This has been a strong undertow to navigate when attempting to define myself in my family. One of the primary triangles that I'm in is one with my two younger sisters. In this triangle, my sister, who is 10 years younger than I am, and I are much more compatible. And we occupy the inside of the triangle. My sister, who is 2.5 years younger, is on the outside position, as you can see here. When we were dealing with my father during the last chapter of his life, it was extremely tumultuous. During one of the most stressful junctures of coordinating his care, the sister, who was 2.5 years younger, ragefully insulted me, attacking my character as a mother. I found her words to be extremely hurtful, and the fact that she did not apologize provoked a strong temptation to cut off from her. Harriet Lerner, in her book, Why Won't You Apologize?, explains that when we don't get the apology we think we deserve, it's because in order to apologize, a person needs to have a big, sturdy platform of self to stand on. It is from that stable sense of self that a person can look out at their bad behavior and see a mistake as part of a much bigger picture of who one is as a human being. The larger our platform of self, the more flexibility and resilience we have in our relationships and capacity to differentiate ourselves. Many meditation practices, especially those derived from Buddhist traditions, are designed to breed compassion towards oneself and others, loving kindness and heart-centered living. This focus on cultivating compassion, loving kindness, and being more heart-centered activates the most mature aspect of our nervous system, the ventral vagal system, which enables us to socially engage, explore options, be more flexible and resilient. Compassion and loving kindness for self and others offers a very sturdy, vast, wide platform that Harriet Lerner describes. I understood theoretically that cutting off from my sister wasn't such a great idea. I didn't want to succumb to the prevailing currents of cutoff that are so pervasive in my family field. It has taken me many meditations, contemplations, as well as much rumination over several years to navigate this disconcerting experience with my sister. And eventually, over time, my heart has opened to accept and see myself and her with loving kindness and compassion in our tussle. I'm grateful that I've been able to let go of needing an apology, and I'm also of my self-righteous stance. The platform of compassion for self and other has opened the possibility of moving towards rather than away from this sister, maybe even increasing the likelihood of being a better ancestor. So circling back to Jenny Brown's definition of maturity in relationship, I've worked at having my feelings without letting them dominate my interactions with my sister, and tolerating not having the gratification of her apologizing, while also contemplating what has been mine to do. I've worked at refraining from blaming, and this has been a very difficult task, and where compassion has played a key role. I've worked at accepting that people have different views, and that it's really about accepting who she is and how who she is is who she is given where we both came from, while staying connected in whatever ways I can and respecting her boundaries. It is not my job to wake her up to being responsible for impulsive meanness and self-righteousness, as I have enough to do with taming those tendencies in myself. I recognize that holding to my principles is what got me in trouble with her in the first place. Not only was I no longer popular, but I had to endure her rage. I've been thinking a lot, especially recently coming out of the high holiday Yom Kippur season, about what serves the greatest good for our relationship. Would apologizing now for my anger at her treating me the way she did almost 8 years ago stir the pot of animosity more, or calm waters of generations of cutoff? I believe that the best apology is to be present in my relationship with her with as much compassion and kindness as I can. Although my relationship with my sister is distant, and at times I long for it to be different, I'm grateful that we now text on the average of once a week and occasionally email. This provides some continuity of connection rather than none at all. This year, for the first time in 8 years since our father's death, she sent me a birthday card and a small gift. The practice of meditation has significantly potentiated my capacity to define self, to differentiate in relation to the family dynamic of cutoff in a skillful way. By knowing the self with a capital S, I feel much more able to have clarity and courage to define myself in relationships and apply my understanding of Bowen theory more wisely. Differentiation of self is always a work in progress. And for me, meditation fuels the work of differentiation of self. I like to think of meditation a bit like yeast, in the way that yeast is to flour and water. It can be a catalyst to rise to the task of differentiation of self. Kabir, a 15th century Indian mystic poet, says, "Look around inside. The blue sky opens out further and farther. The daily sense of failure goes away. The damage we've done to ourselves fades. A million suns come forward with light when we sit firmly in that world." Thank you.
That was beautiful, Marla. Thank you. Okay. So I'm Eric Thompson. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist. Been working for the last 15 years with businesses through my business, Thompson Leadership Development, executive director of the Vermont Center for Family Studies. A non-anxious presence. This simple phrase captures the essence of Bowen theory's guidance on family therapy and family leadership. It springs from a distinct view of what is essential and points toward a vision of higher stages of family development. I'm going to tell you a story that illustrates some observations from my ongoing qualitative research on the effect of transcendental meditation on non-anxious presence and basic self. Bowen notes the presence, the radiance of presence in this quote. Whoops. Oh, I inserted this slide because this is Fred's slide from yesterday. And I just, when I looked at it, I thought this slide is what I'm researching and what my story is trying to articulate the findings. So if you remember, he noted that no thoughts with self-awareness is pure consciousness, a distinctly different state than dreaming, sleeping, and waking, and that Triyati Chetana would be the development of the capacity for this fourth state to be present with the other three. So like I said, Bowen notes the radiance of presence in this quote that I shared earlier. A persistent, non-anxious presence would be a feature of basic self. It remains a fascinating mystery to me. Here's the story. It happened on the porch. As I sat on the screen porch this summer enjoying family guests, my siblings, in-laws, elders, nephews, and nieces, I experienced an awareness of abstract being. It put a smile on my face, as if a quiet friend had just joined me. The presence of being was accompanied by a sense of witnessing, as if the gathering was a movie and I was both in it and watching from the audience. Furthermore, it was as if the screen that the family movie was playing on kind of shimmered distinctly into my awareness. This was quite striking to me. Awareness of the background screen of awareness seemed to change the story in various ways. Was this differentiation? I noticed that an adored family member looked unhappy. You know how easy it is to tell, right? I think he was terribly worried about an elder getting COVID at the event and perhaps angry. Despite my affection for him, his unhappiness didn't penetrate mine. I watched as this happened differently than the way I've known it to occur many times before. His discontent penetrated my thoughts and was registered emotionally, but it could not penetrate the movie screen. This insoluble, impenetrable quality of being was quite striking to me. In the past, I know that I would have been more captured by his mood. I adore him, and he had recently been mad at me about something. In fact, I kind of seek his approval. In the past, that context, him having been recently mad at me, actually more angry at me than I had seen him in a long time, that context would have primed me to personalize his mood. Because I wasn't personalizing his discomfort, I didn't feel annoyed by it. I felt accepting of him. I knew this was differentiation. This friend, this movie screen of being, I experienced it as something basic to myself. I noticed the striking difference between thinking differentiation and being differentiation. Later, I felt basic self kind of beaming out from within me towards one of my nieces. I noticed this quality of the movie screen on the move. It felt related to love, but more fundamental than love, if that's possible. I noticed I was laughing a lot out there on the porch. The laughter had a uniquely independent quality that struck me. It wasn't dependent on what was happening. It rose gently from within my being, almost as if I was laughing at existing. I thought, this is related to eudaimonic happiness. My laughter was stimulated by the loving dialogue, but I perceived a unique quality to it. It was like a small personal wave of an abstract, impersonal ocean of enjoyment of existing. The screen of awareness that I have tried to describe was that impersonal ocean of existing. I associated this experience directly with my experience of transcendence during meditation. You know, it was kind of like it had that signature to it. In meditation, I experienced that same empty screen, that ocean, in a distinct, abstract, internal form. On the porch, I experienced the screen of being while in the presence of my family. I will share an ancient metaphor for what I am describing. The mind is said to be like a glass of water. If the water is cloudy or turbulent, it can reflect only a portion of the sun. If the water settles, it can reflect the sun entirely. The water in this metaphor is the mind, settling into inner silence. The sun in this metaphor is the joy of existing. What I am describing are states of non-anxious presence that exceed what I have previously known. Consider the Beaufort scale that I presented yesterday, which has been used as a metaphor for chronic anxiety in the family. I think Dr. Michael Kerr discovered this beautiful metaphor. Consider the windless zero end of the scale. Transcendent being is a windless place. The metaphor of the glass of water is a unique scale of non-anxious presence. The sun of being absorbs, cancels chronic anxiety. A non-anxious presence can radiate differentiation to the family from that silence within. It's kind of like we need a scale from 0 down to -5, a scale of non-anxious presence. Curiously, being, the joy of existing, is said to be beyond thought. What can this mean? During experiences like the one I've described on the porch, there was no effort to be differentiated. The differentiating aspect of my experience was not planned. It seemed to emerge from something beyond my thoughts. If the differentiated thoughts I was having on the porch were like beads, the healthy separateness I was experiencing came from the string between them. This experience resonates with the following ancient quote. The Bhagavad Gita is a dialogue that occurs between a family therapist named Krishna and a family emotional leader, Arjuna, who trembles before a battle as his army looks across at a vast army of his cousins, who they are fully capable of destroying. Hey, I'm here to... The separateness of thinking and being is further evoked by the distinction between knowing and knowingness, as described by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi here. The superficial aspect of knowledge is knowing and the understanding. The real nature of knowledge is the state of knowingness, the state of pure consciousness or being. One knows the theory of basic self with the intellect. Knowingness, I am coming to believe, describes an autonomic living differentiation. The celebrated filmmaker David Lynch locates the source of creativity in knowingness. An ocean of solutions. The self is an ocean of solutions. The impact of this ocean of basic self on chronic anxiety is expressed in this quote. Perhaps basic self is what Rumi was referring to when he wrote, "Lovers find secret places inside this violent world where they make transactions with beauty." A good guide to 2020. Now, for a trait to qualify as basic self in Bowen theory, it must be more than individual freedom. It must involve a change in the family. That's a wonderful litmus test. Very aspirational. How might what I am tasting affect the family? Hard to measure. But here's what I've noticed. Reduced neediness. Less attachment to family members meeting my changing needs. Approval, sharing my opinions, clean dishes, sex, attention. I still want these things, but my daily attachment to getting them is softening. This results in less objectification of family members, fewer moments of, "You are what you can do for me." More forbearance, more, "I can get through this. I have a friend. We can get through this. We have a friend." I think the capacity to take a stand when necessary is growing stronger in me as well. That's another talk. I'm more confident. I have less self-doubt. The percentage of second-guessing thoughts that I have has dropped substantially. I'm dynamically engaged in action rather than worried about outcomes. And I have more faith in others to learn and thrive. Less pushing of them to grow. I can't prove it, but I believe these capacities I'm describing have been more powerfully influenced by the experience of transcendent than by thinking about differentiation of self. Thank you. Okay. I wish somebody else would facilitate the 10-minute discussion. Okay, I can recover. What are you thinking about? Comments, questions? What did you notice in Marla's talk?
I think you both talked about the growth and the possibilities for growth that any person can have when they put in the effort. And it made me wonder something I jotted down yesterday about Murray Bowen's contention that your level of differentiation is largely set by the time you leave your parental home. And I guess for a lot of people that's true, but whenever I've been around people studying Bowen and working on Bowen for themselves, they are trying to just get a little bit better, a little bit better. And the best explanation I had heard up till now was that, yes, you can marginally improve your level of differentiation a little bit, and even those little bits are very helpful. But from what I've heard these last couple of days, it leads me to believe that there are other things that we can be doing that may or may not be affecting how he would have defined your differentiation of self, but that certainly help you to live a more fulfilling and less stressful and whatever other adjectives you want to throw in there kind of life.
Now, the Bowen theory is a young science, and we really don't have measures of basic self. So if we were going to be scientific and really honest like Raal Khan is, we just have to admit it. We really don't know what basic self is. We can't measure it. And so we really don't know that much about what makes it grow or not, or how much it can grow, or whether it can grow at all. But we're still thinking about it anyways, aren't we? What else?
Eric, could I just say something about this?
Certainly.
I don't know if this sounds like a total non sequitur, but what comes to mind listening to you, Steve, is that adage that probably other people have heard, where in one pocket we should carry a slip of paper that says, "We're nothing but dust." In the other pocket, we should carry a slip of paper that says, "The world was made for you." And I think, I don't know, Dr. Bowen's not here, but maybe that was part of what he was trying to get us to understand.
I can't recall who said it, but the very similar statement was, to God, you are nothing. To God, you are everything. I'm curious. I have a question for Marla. I'm curious as to your response to Eric's last statement, that, if I heard it correctly, that living more of a differentiating life comes from the practice of meditation more than thinking about differentiation. Is that correct, Eric? Something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I always say, is this a tricky thing to really try to be clear about in oneself? I mean, I've been working on differentiation of self in a rather disciplined manner for 25 years using the traditional methods of Bowen theory, and I love them. My professional life is full of teaching these things. I think they're absolutely precious. That's why I volunteer leading these organizations. But I would assert my belief that the repeated experience of transcendence over time seems to me to be achieving what I was talking about in the story. And I don't think it ever would have been achieved from the methods I was using, and I'm still using, from Bowen theory. I can't prove that, but that's what I believe. So he wants to know, what do you think about that, Marla?
Well, Leslie had that chicken and egg slide up yesterday. And one of my teachers, Rudy Bauer, who's a psychologist who ran the Gestalt Institute here in DC for many years and has a Center for Consciousness and Meditation. I like what he says. He says the mind knows form and awareness knows being. And you know, I think the synergy of the two is what potentiates a very full life. And, you know, it's helpful to have a map. I mean, I don't know. I'd probably be more lost at sea if I didn't have some map.
Well, that's a map that Dr. Bauer presented. But yeah, I mean, look, I learned TM when I was 19. I loved it right away. I got benefits from it every single year. And my life ran into some big relationship trouble. And I needed something. I was hungry for wisdom, looking for it in psychology, and Bowen theory slaked my thirst. It did so much for me. It's a huge reason why I'm happily married now. But so, you know, I like this idea of you sharpen the knife and you learn different techniques of using it. I think that fits my experience.
Yeah. And just to be clear, when I was referring to the map, I was referring to Bowen theory.
I know.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I was clear.
What other thoughts, what questions, observations, what struck you? What puzzles you about what you've heard from Marla and I? Like to get some beginner questions.
So I'm sort of a beginner. I've certainly never done TM meditation. I've done more like Carla, mindfulness. But I read Eckhart Tolle, and he talks about this. I can't remember exactly how he explained it, about this moving of self sort of outside and being able to see things in a different way. He calls that your true self. And I just wonder what you all think about that. Those of you who've done TM in the long term, and I'm sure some of you have read Eckhart Tolle. Maybe you could say better what he was talking about. But I'd be interested in hear what you have to say about that.
It makes sense to me that what Eckhart's talking about is the higher states of consciousness. We haven't really talked about them today. We've talked about, you know, transcending. That's the fourth state, which you experience or can't get to experience easily during the TM technique itself. But that's one step. Beyond that is when you integrate that into your daily life to the fifth state of cosmic that Fred mentioned too, where you're integrating that transcendence in activity. And then there's two other higher states. You're seeing the world in a much richer way. And Eckhart Tolle seems to describe those very well, but he didn't know how he got there. He sort of popped into it. And reading his book, his techniques didn't seem to be ways that would actually get people there, but they seem to be a very clear description from the Vedic tradition of what higher stages of consciousness would be like. Fred, you may have more. You're shaking your head there.
I'd love to hear what the neuroscientists might say to this interesting question.
Yeah, we actually spoke about this yesterday in terms of higher states of consciousness, at least the fourth state and the fifth state. And the bottom line is these are not properties of a single meditation tradition. It's not just what you get if you practice TM, but they're what's open to any person on earth with a human nervous system, where the human nervous system is able to make that connection between awareness, that value of being, which you said so very clearly, Marla, and the mind. And so that the mind becomes like a wave of the ocean. It's not disconnected from the ocean, and you see your basis in that wholeness. But it is a value open to everyone. It can happen spontaneously. With Eckhart, he just had a nervous breakdown sitting on a park bench. And in the 2.5 years where he's trying to integrate his experience, the awareness he had dawned. And I think it's a functioning of the physiology. And that that's what we're doing with meditation. That's what we're doing with our diet, our exercise, our sleep. That's what we're doing with choosing our experiences, choosing our relationships, and trying to refine our relationships, because these are all experiences which ultimately are refining the physiology, which then allows us to experience that which is already there. Part of us is universal and silent, part of us is active. So that's how I see Eckhart. He's a very good writer, and because he had that experience in a very simple way, almost in a very quick way, he's able to articulate it in a way that I think touches many people.
I can remember very distinctly, because it's not far away in the past, and because I'm a psychologically minded person and I pay careful attention to my psychological states, a time when I had a much higher percentage of self-doubting thoughts. It's really quite striking to me. I never thought this percentage would go down substantially, because I had been trying to get it to go down for years and years, decades. That's part of what I was trying to articulate to you today.
I would just also say, this is just my own thinking about the presentations this afternoon. Thank you so much for sharing your personal experiences. I think that always makes theory come alive. And so thank you for that.
I would like to say to Marla how much I really, really enjoyed your presentation. So articulate, so eloquent, so beautiful. When you spoke last year, you said you were so nervous, it was almost hard to start speaking. And this year, the calmness that you radiated and the evenness, it was just a wonderful presentation. As far as Eric, that's what I expect from Eric.
I'm just grateful it came through that way, Mark, because I have a very active nervous system, talking about basic self, and I was quite aware of it as I was speaking. I'm glad it was beneficial.
It was beautiful.
I would second that. They both spoke so smoothly and clearly, articulating the distinctions of what was going on. Not only did you experience them, you understood what you experienced, and you were able to express it with absolutely beautiful slides to, enhance it and bring it home to us in that visual way. So no, very, very excellent. Thank you.
Well, I also want to say that in terms of my own journey, that I think having companions on the journey makes such a huge difference in being able to keep going. And I appreciate all the ways that Eric has been such a great encourager, among others.
So we're moving into the last hour of our meeting. And I wanted to ask each of the presenters to just invite you to do this. We're going to have a break in about 12 minutes. We'll have a short break. And then we'll come back and we'll have my final interview with Mark Roberts for about 20 minutes, a little more time for discussion. I'm going to share some evaluations with you. And then at 3 o'clock, I'm going to stay after, like I normally would at a conference. If some people want to chat informally a little bit after that, we can do that. Certainly not a requirement. And what I'd like everyone to do right now is to invite you just to take 5 minutes to write. Here's some questions you might consider in the writing that you're doing. Give you a chance to integrate the meal, digest the meal that we have experienced in these 2 days. So 5 minutes of writing. or just thinking. And then we'll have a few hear a few responses about these questions. I'll invite the speakers to share their takeaways first, if they'd like to. I would like to invite any one of the presenters who would like to share some of their responses to these questions or summary thoughts of another type.
I'll jump in. I have burning questions. Can you be at a level of consciousness and not know it? And how does that get known if you're not working through meditation or family systems thinking? And in the realm of transcendence, does the self exist as an individual? Is that even a possible logical thing? And then the last two, what's the brain look like for somebody who's been working on differentiation, and how is that similar or different from somebody who's been working on meditation? And how do you think about the variability? So even if somebody's doing TM as an intensive process, how is the difference across groups who are practicing that explained or understood?
I think you just laid out the ground for another conference, Amy.
Eric, can I
Yes.
say one of the just two comments I want to make. One is the question, which is, how will we have the old sciences, the Vedic science and other old sciences, connect with the current state of scientific inquiry, how it's done, with the future sciences of things like quantum theory and wherever the science of consciousness takes us. I'm trying to think that they can play such a valuable role if those in the world of science can find a way to see the relationships and get the value of the old sciences, to figure out what's of value and what isn't, what can be affirmed with observation, with tools and without tools, because I guess it's our inability now to observe things like in the quantum world with the eye or the microscope or whatever. Those are questions that I'm very intrigued about and love watching how that science evolves. The other thing I wanted to answer was a question of what are you grateful for? And for me personally, in this conference, I was grateful, number one, to be involved in it because I spent so much time thinking about these things over the last few months. It really advanced the whatever progress I'm making. But the presentation yesterday by Suzanne on the presentation on mother was, for me personally, a real aha, in that I'm in the process of trying to repair cutoff. That's where I'm working right now. And I was not cut off from my mother. We were quite fused. But she's been gone for 40 years. And I found myself thinking about her last night in a very different way than I had in a long time, and really appreciating that notion that came up during her presentation yesterday of how much the mother in particular, more than the father, instills something in you that directs the rest of your life. And I realized actually for the first time where a lot of what I am today, where it comes from, even though I've always thought we were so different. So that's what I'm thinking now. So thank you all.
I'm thinking about how much I appreciate even more my good friend, Eric Thompson. I think, Eric, you've done a wonderful job in leading this conference. You've had 3 competing agendas with mindfulness and transcendence and Bowen theory, self-differentiation. I think you've kept us on track, one-pointed, and very fair, beyond fair. I really have appreciated your stamina and energy to sit through every break, continue to take questions of anyone who has questions, to share your knowledge, just wonderful sustained energy that you've just poured into this meeting each time, each day. And I just appreciate you more than ever as a friend. So thank you for inviting me to be part of this, and it's been a great experience.
Well, I'm very grateful for fellow pioneers. Who would want to be in a covered wagon all by yourself with nothing but your dog? And for very, very professional presenters. So let's take a short break. If you wanted to just take a 10-minute break, maybe we could end a little early our day and end a little before 3. My plan is after a break, I would like to hear more responses to those questions and open it up to anyone to answer the questions. Love to hear what Fred and Dr. Khan are taking away. And then I'll interview Mark Roberts one more time, share some quotes he sent me, and give you also a chance to ask him questions. I'm going to do more of that in this interview than I did yesterday before we close. So I'll see you at a little after 10 after 2 Eastern time. Who would like to share takeaways, gratitude, action steps? Let's talk about that for 10 minutes.
I would.
Oh, good.
I'm Patricia. And in terms of gratitude, I loved the quality of thought that was in this presentation and the variety of the different points of view. And I loved all the family and personal experiences. And in terms of takeaways, I want to look into transcendental meditation. And personally, I recognized from one of the talks that I have a lot of cutoff issues in my own family that I want to research back and find out what was going on in my family history about that. So it's been wonderful. I really appreciate everybody's contributions. Thanks.
You know, just thinking along the lines of resources, I mentioned Janet Smith, who's a local TM teacher here in Vermont, extremely experienced and skilled. There's a great book about TM called Strength and Stillness by Bob Roth. It's a very good, very readable intro to Transcendental Meditation. He also has a 20-minute intro to TM video that's free on YouTube. And you can access a TM teacher anywhere by going to tm.org. There's a little spot where you click it and it connects you to a local TM teacher. And one of the things I really like about TM when I refer it to my clients across the country is that it's standardized. So when you get a certified TM teacher, you're going to learn the exact same thing that's been researched. And I wanted to ask you, Dr. Khan, what you might think is like a really good book on mindfulness. What's like the perfect intro to mindfulness? Or
I think there are two. There are two that I can recommend. One is a little bit more for the really kind of secular minded, and that's John Kabat-Zinn's kind of introductory book where he described the development of this mindfulness-based stress reduction kind of course that he designed based on bringing the practices and insights from Buddhist meditation into a non-Buddhist kind of medical environment. That book, Full Catastrophe Living. So he aimed, I think, with this title to point towards the notion that these kind of practices are not about trying to check out from the struggles of the world, but to really embrace them and learn, to contact that inner silence and wisdom in the midst of it all. And then a book that I think kind of retains a little bit more of the philosophical foundations without as much attention to really bring it fully into secular, although certainly it's not a book about Buddhist philosophy so much as about the practice of meditation in the Buddhist tradition and how that translates into our everyday lives and as Westerners. It's a book by Jack Kornfield called A Path with Heart. So I think those are two good resources. And I think likewise, some of the more well-known teachers of mindfulness practice, like Jack Kornfield and John Kabat-Zinn, Sharon Salzberg, they are all kind of easily accessible to kind of get a taste of their teaching style by just kind of Googling them. Like, one of the wonders of the internet is you can get tastes of spiritual teaching from so many traditions now without having to necessarily go seek out in-person exposure. But of course, I think there's also a reality to the fact that any of these practices, there's some extra kind of benefit and depth available by meeting teachers in person and or sitting with a teacher and or group in person. Both of those resources, those two books, though, do have kind of centers and resources for those who are wanting to find teachers that they can go meet.
Well, I was going to add maybe Tara Brach to your list when you mentioned.
Tara Brach is a great resource. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, she's written some wonderful books and also is really, I think, one of the foremost folks in the world of teaching therapists how to incorporate the benefits and wonders of mindfulness and compassion practice into not just one's own life, but also even into kind of introduction for your therapy clients.
Great. Thank you. I think, Eric, are you back in now? Eric got a cut off with a little bit of a power glitch. So I see.
Yeah, he's back.
My power has gone out for the last 2 minutes for the first time in months. What timing? Thank God for cell phones. Carry on.
Well, I think I finished responding to that specific question you had asked, Eric, and for some recommendations for kind of introductions to the mindfulness kind of vipassana kind of teaching and resources. I will say just briefly, you know, kind of responding to your questions, that I have some real feelings of gratitude and appreciation for just being able to be with you all for the last couple of days. Helps to remind me and reconnect me to my own kind of core therapeutic interest. As Eric mentioned, in addition to the research I do, I also do this work in the busy county psychiatric emergency room. And it's a bit of a compromise and sacrifice to be doing that kind of work instead of the more in-depth work one-on-one in therapy, because it allows me the time and kind of the ability to have some time set aside for doing research, so that that's what I do, kind of to pay the bills to a great extent, this work in the ER. And one of the things that this conference time with you all really helped engender in me is, you know, the kind of to re-enliven the question of how to keep my own practice alive in a way that touches on in a more kind of close way, you know, the kind of clinical work that I'm doing at this time. It is a bit easier when you have the time to really sit with people and kind of digest on a dyadic level in a relatively quiet environment, you know, the great benefits that one can reap from contemplative practice. It's more of a challenge to bring that into a busy county environment where you're dealing with so much, you know, psychosis and suicidality and drug abuse and you know, background noise. But you know, I think there's always some applicability. So and then also the sense around bringing a little more discipline into limiting my contact with media, where I fall into the trap that so many of us probably do these days of kind of obsessively keeping up with all of the drama of our unfolding public lives, and increasing the contact with, you know, the ground of being and this kind of spaciousness that we all can contact by doing our own practice, you know. So.
Thank you, Ra. You mentioned right at the beginning of the conference, and I never got a chance to follow up with you, but you said something very interesting, that practice, you know, I just want to tell you that came through in everything you shared with us, and also your truly scientific attitude, always emphasizing and honest about what we don't know. But you mentioned something about personally that you were kind of interested in. You had found yourself, I think, if I heard you right, more interested in the sort of compassion end of the spectrum of practices, you know, like within Vipassana, but also you said interested in differentiation. And I don't know if you'd care to elaborate a little on that.
I think where that comes in, and I'm sure this is relevant, you know, for some of you, and if not for you personally, at least for some of the people you work with, you know, just a little insight into my own personal psychology and where that's coming from. I grew up in a hippie family where boundaries were in some ways very, very loose, you know, and my mom not only had adopted a kind of new agey hippie lifestyle, but also was coming from a really chaotic background with addiction and a mother who had passed away early, but both mother and father with addiction issues and, you know, emotional turmoil in the house, and you know, had done a bit of the kind of what we sometimes call spiritual bypass of, you know, like kind of getting into not just substance use, but also meditative practices, but in a way to kind of just forget about, ignore, and almost kind of deny, you know, these roots of suffering that had played a big role in causing her to have challenges in her life. And so instead of kind of continuing on the process of trying to face and sort through that stuff, just kind of took a dip into this other direction altogether that, you know, impacted me, because then she got into addiction when I was a young boy. And as a sensitive young person, you know, one of the things that happened was I, at some point, stopped allowing myself to be in touch with my emotional field. And partly it was the, you know, the lack of a solid kind of generative and clearly attuned mothering and fathering presence. You know, my parents also divorced when I was quite young. And partly it was that kind of emotional intensity my mother still did have and continues to have a strong, loving and emotional field around her. It's just that it's quite chaotic. You know, you could say that she kind of is on the borderline spectrum. So, you know, at a fairly early age, by around 10 or so, I started, you know, purposefully clamping down the capacity to even feel my emotions. So, you know, I think that for people who get into meditative practice who have that kind of background, there is a danger of essentially using the practice as a way to experience a sense of peace and kind of distance from, you know, kind of rumination and kind of concern, but never quite get into contacting the reality of the feeling emotional life. And so that's, I think, where that came through a little bit, what I was talking about with regards to you know, the compassion side of things is very much the emotional resonance that these kind of practices can engender. However, when one is not in touch with the kind of feeling emotional side, it can be difficult for mindfulness to just kind of naturally lead to that opening of heart. Kind of, you know, intellectually you can feel very compassionate or kind of wanting to relieve suffering, but to actually feel that in the heart is a challenge. So, you know, that was really what I was pointing to in general with those initial comments around what I see as the importance of work around awareness of interpersonal dynamics in the family and differentiation and, you know, claiming of one's emotional reality that is complementary to and not necessarily actually engendered or specifically grown by engagement with the contemplative practices.
Oh, thank that story. Just nice to hear it. It's very good to have you with us, Raul.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd also like to thank everyone for fully participating and opening up to new ideas. number one. Number two, I was really heartened to see how this infusion of a deeper sense of self is enlivening your professional and personal lives. And that's an area that I want to continue to investigate, is what's the relationship between just meditation practice and the meditation practice plus current therapy. We're in the process of developing a Vedic counseling program here at Maharishi International University, where we'll be looking at this in a very pragmatic sort of way. And my experience over these 3 years with the Bowen Family Therapy group and the knowledge that Bowen has come up with, I feel it's important that this knowledge be part of the understanding and training of our counselors, because we don't treat individual trees, we treat the forest the whole time. So I thank everyone for your insights and for your sharing and for your embracing of people who are a little bit outside of your usual group of social kin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Eric has been kicked off again with his Wi-Fi, so I just will take the opportunity also to thank everybody, and maybe just to continue this, just the discussion, I think, of comments and thoughts and questions. Hopefully he can come back on again for the remainder for his final interview. So just wanted to open it up if there are other comments or thoughts or the questions that came up, or resources.
That's great. Let me just say, Rosalind, one thing to you, since you probably have multiple ways of contacting Eric quickly, you might suggest to him that he joins just with the audio, because it might be a little easier on his own bandwidth in order to stay with the group when he does get back on.
Thank you. Yes, I have texted that to him. So yeah. I think, but I appreciate hearing that suggestion. I guess I've been texting, so I'm sure he's frantically trying to get back on. Made it so far.
I think Eric's problem started when he asked for that tea from his wife.
I would just like to say that although I've been a Bowen student for, I don't know, maybe 25 years, and I've worked hard on differentiation of self and done all that work with my family, and I really have this longing now to explore TM. I've done, as I said, some mindfulness, but as a deeper practice, because in some ways, for what I've heard, it will really enrich the level of differentiation of self and maybe make it, I don't want to say easier, but I don't know. I've come away with a longing for that. And so I'm anxious to explore that in my own area, see what happens. It'll be a good research project.
And you can report on your experience at our next conference.
And I really thank everybody for their great presentations. They've been very mindful and thoughtful, and I've loved the brain science. So, and for Eric for putting all this together. So thank you all for your contributions.
Thank you. I'm really hope the texts aren't going through, so I'm sure it's a Wi-Fi problem.
I have two ideas. One, I'll take on Mark Roberts anytime, anywhere. So if that helps move us forward, I'm willing to engage that brain. But the second thing I keep coming back to is this idea of working on differentiation or working on transcendence. And I think that systems thinking is trying to invite us to get over trying to get to any kind of outcome, but really get to where we are engaging a process. And even probably more subtly, get out of the way of the process that's been going on since our beings first got farted out into the universe. And it just flips it. I know as somebody who can get anxiously driven towards something out there, that part of the work is noticing how that kind of orients all my energy that is not really mine to orient, which also is kind of a shift in thinking. But I do think this, I know in training clinicians and in training my own self, to move away from what am I trying to produce or get at to how am I trying to just be and show up in a present way. Fred, you're saying something.
I was just supporting what you were saying, Amy. It's really, I think, the key question.
Is the other thing, like, is that this is really woo-woo space, but is the idea that truth is so incredibly big that there are necessarily multiple pathways to understand and be with it?
Yes. If something's fundamental, it's very simple on one level, but it's expressed differently because of the different needs, different people's geography, culture, and so on. But as you go deeper and deeper, I think, into any system, it becomes less complex and it becomes more simple. Because the simple thing is something exists, it's whole, and this field interacting with itself creates diversity. And that's the fundamental realization that comes as we continue to meditate.
Thank you. I am noticing that Eric is trying to join again. Amy, we can see what happens, but I would love to take you up on your offer of starting the dialogue with Mark. That would be wonderful.
Let me also acknowledge over-functioning big sister sometimes does this. There are probably leaders from Vermont that could easily fill this function as well.
Yes, but I appreciate that you made that offer. That was wonderful because so I would say go ahead if you're comfortable. If you're willing to do it, that would be wonderful.
Sure, unless anybody wants to arm wrestle for it, I'm in.
No, Baltimore is close enough to Vermont.
Yes. So they say, Mark.
Thank you.
Now you turn off your screen. That's cool. Mark, what are you thinking about right now?
I was actually just thinking about how I first met you last year and how much I enjoyed it. Your quick wit, how articulate you are, and how we had that group dinner at Eric's house. And I got to know you a little bit when we sat next to each other, and how much I just appreciated your presence and your brilliant mind. And you obviously have a huge heart as well. So take it easy on me, and we'll see where it goes.
Well, I see Eric's picture up here. Do you want to jump in with your audio, Eric? And thank you for the love note.
It's really funny that the first time I've lost power in months is right at the end of this. So I'm going to a place where I have better phone service. Why don't you guys keep talking?
All right, and you just yell when you're ready. Mark, what I started to get curious about is trying to understand, you drew that really cool graphic of the cascading drops.
Yeah.
Or whatever the opposite of cascading is, the emergent drops. What is happening in and with you as that? How do you experience that process? Yes, that's the picture exactly.
This process actually represents meditation. You have the surface activity of the mind in waking state, daily activity. And it compares the mind to an ocean. You have the active surface waves of the ocean. Deep within the ocean is a silent depth, quite different from all the swells and rising waves of the surface of the ocean. So what we do when we meditate with TM, we have a simple thought, a mantra, and we begin at that surface level and quietly, just through the process of meditating, allow the attention to quiet down, just drawn by the natural tendency of the mind to go to inner happiness, to greater happiness. Right now, if each of you heard your absolutely favorite music, I'm sure you would put some attention on that music because how much you enjoy it, how much happiness it brings to you. It's just the way the mind works. The nature of this inner being, our basic self, our core self, is one of bliss. So the mind is naturally drawn to it. So that's, in a nutshell, is what this little chart is showing.
I was listening to you and thinking about being a kid and laying on the base of the bathtub, totally submerged, and sitting in that quiet. But then having the physiological reaction of, I can't breathe down here, and at some point you have to gasp up to the surface to stay alive. And just to be clear, my efforts were not to drown myself. It was just peaceful there at the bottom of the bathtub. What is that which, if this is our natural state of being, as you're describing, what is the thing that is pulling us up to the surface of that ocean where the turmoil exists in our own experiences?
Very good question. I'm trying to keep it simple.
But Mark, let me hop in. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Eric.
Let me follow up on what Amy, maybe you and I can do this together because I'm liking your questions. But maybe Amy's asking like, well, how come we're just not born enlightened? How come we're not born living in this state of awareness of the universal aspect of being? Why would we have to meditate to get there if it's so deep in us? Why does the mind lose that? Why does the mind forget that if it's real?
That's a very deep philosophical question. We could spend a lot of time on that. I'm tempted to go into well, I'll just say I don't have a quick, short answer, but.
Could I respond to this?
Yeah, go ahead, Fred.
Because when the child is born, remember their brain is unassembled. Their experience is like fireworks going off in their brain. And what happens is the body I see as a reflector. So even though the sun is there, pure consciousness is there, the reflector has to become integrated. So it's actually the development of the brain over the childhood, which gives it the maturity to be able to, at the same time, hold on to the self and the outside world. That's the way I see it.
In an early talk by Dr. Khan, he used the word smriti, memory. And it's also in the Vedic tradition that we lose memory of our inner self. Perhaps it's just a result of the birth process. Some people might want to take this into reincarnation. I'm not going to go there. There isn't time. But there is certainly, and obviously for all of us, a loss of memory of this quiet self. It becomes hidden. I've heard that Buddhists use the word veil. In their tradition, it's veiled from us. Maharishi spent his last years often talking about the fact that consciousness has an aspect that hides itself. We have all this range of experience that's available through our senses, our mind, our intellect, yet not all of it is possible to be experienced. Most of it has to be hidden so that we can even function. We can only take in so much, deal with so much, and put our attention on this limited range in order to get through life. We can't deal with all of our friends all of the time, all of our family all of the time. We're limited in that way. So we forget the wholeness, and we have this individuality.
Could there also be competing retained memories that, if you think about the family emotional process over generations, storing responses at a physiological level that bias the unveiling or the awakening of the individual as it emerges out of the womb symbiosis?
That makes sense to me. Yeah, the way it's been explained, I was having some trouble with the generational ancestral aspect of Bowen theory at first, but in this conference, it's been explained more, and I'm starting to really appreciate that. Yes, you know, certainly with the immediate family and parents, I can understand that. And it's not hard to follow the logic of how that goes back genetically and so forth, emotionally, to prior generations, 5 generations, as you say. So I would agree with that, Amy. When we talk about getting enlightened,
I'm inclined to.
Let me say one more thing on that, Eric. In the Vedic tradition, when a person gets enlightened, they're supposed to take 7 generations with them to enlightenment. So that's a related anecdote to the Bowen theory of ancestral connection. That's in the Upanishads.
Yeah, I was going to just make the same point, which points to the fact that that ancient tradition, just like Judaism, does view the self as entity.
What do you mean by entity? Individuality?
Well, that just the self. Yeah, that we are individuals in one frame of reference. We're individuals. We have a distinct body. We're a separate self from our sister and our great-grandparents. But at another level of observation, we're not separate. We're part of them. And that blood is special. It does run a bit thicker than water.
Right. Someone asked earlier about in transcendence, is there individuality? I would say yes, on 2 levels. One, in Sanskrit, the word for individuality is jiva, and they have an expression that jiva is the totality also, or one with it. And in transcendence, in the silence, when I first started to transcend, it was like a point of no thought, no mantra, just silent inner wakefulness within my, almost like within my brain, but it wasn't that physical. It was just in terms of awareness. As I continued my practice, that point of unboundedness has grown to a universality. So I have not lost that sense of individuality as universality has grown over the years. I think you might get lost in the soup of universality if you were to lose that individual quality and didn't keep your feet on the ground. That's an important part of integrating transcendence in daily life. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it's just staying grounded, because the way Fred and Janet Smith have talked about it, it's a level of beyond space, beyond time, and it's transcendental, not only beyond thought. And that is the experience that you have this universal quality of unboundedness.
Can I ask you a question, Mark, and maybe some of the other TMers might have a perspective on this too, but this is kind of coming from as a dialogue between these contemplative traditions. That recognition of that transcendent experience of beyond time and space, inner silence, that's quite familiar to me also from the more Buddhist tradition practices that I have engaged with personally and know about through talking to advanced practitioners, etc. But the thing that's slightly different in terms of how you get there through the TM is the presence of the mantra. And of course, there are some Buddhist traditions that also use mantras. They're not quite as prevalent in Buddhism as in Hinduism. But my question is, when you are touching those kinds of experiences that transcended fourth state and getting there through a practice that involves a mantra, is the mantra in your experiential awareness at the same time as this kind of timeless, spaceless inner silence? And if so, can you resolve that apparent contradiction between having a mantra present and having silence present?
Yes, that's an easy question to answer. When I first started to transcend, it was just silence. Fourth state, no thought, no mantra, unaware of body and surroundings, just that inner calm, inner peacefulness. I mean, you can get it in the woods, a flavor of it. You can get it if you love your bedroom. Some people retreat there, wherever. But it's a very tangible, clear experience once you get familiar with it. As it starts to stabilize, as that physiological quality also starts to integrate, it doesn't go away, and it allows you to continue to have thoughts even while you're still in the silence. And this is the growth to integrating the silence with activity and having a fifth state of consciousness, where the silence is there perpetually, day or night, waking, dreaming, sleeping. And it's just spontaneously and effortlessly part of your awareness. The depth of the ocean, the being. On the side here, I drew body, breath, senses, mind, heart, intellect, ego. We're all familiar with those. We're also familiar with the word being. We're human beings. All we're doing, well, first of all, you don't have any trouble integrating all of these functioning together simultaneously. The body's behaving, your breath is breathing, your senses are seeing and hearing, your mind is thinking about things, you're deciding about things with the intellect, you're having some emotion, mood, feelings with your heart, and you're identifying with something, one aspect of yourself. All those are integrated together very naturally, very easily, working simultaneously. As we experience that silence of being, this depth of the ocean that's so quiet, we're drawing it back up to the surface. At first, we were just going down to the depth. Now, when we come out of meditation, we're drawing the depth back up to the surface and integrating the depth and the surface, being with all these other aspects of our individuality, ego, intellect, heart, mind, senses, breathing, body, so that the being is now simply being included in all aspects, all the other aspects of our individuality in a very natural, simple, innocent way. And it just shows up. You start to witness, you start to have these moments. Elaine was talking about it after the call yesterday. So that allows in meditation for you to even have the mantra in the silence. What happens then? Well, there's more to transcendence than just silence. There's other perks. There's inner light. There's bliss. There's the unboundedness. Inner light, the way I like to explain light, it's just a radiance. A lot of people, I've heard many, many people describe their experience of inner light. It can be with colors. It can be points of light in a field of light. It can be just light in your head, light around your head, light in your body, light in a vortex spiraling motion, points of light. The simplest way I like to explain inner light is with an analogy where, say, you're in your backyard or at the beach relaxing on a partly cloudy day. Got your toes up, leaning back, it's your day off, and you close your eyes And when you close your eyes, you're still aware if the sun is shining or if it now goes behind a cloud. When the sun comes out from behind the cloud, you don't have to open your eyes to have inner awareness that there's increased light in your inner awareness. It's in the level of awareness. You're not seeing the sun, but in your inner awareness, there's an increase of light. Everyone's had this experience. Turning on the light in the morning when your mother woke you up, you were asleep, you didn't want to open your eyes, but you're aware there was more increase of light in your inner awareness without your physical eyes seeing it. This gives a feeling, at least I hope, of how inner light just naturally comes into our inner awareness. It's a cognitive thing on the level of awareness. So this is something that comes along, and it usually is accompanied with bliss. Inner happiness, inner contentment. It's a bubbly experience often. It just bubbles up. And then it's not only in meditation, it can bubble up anytime in activity. It's uncaused by external comments, external experiences, having a birthday, a wedding. It just shows up, and it's very nice. It just becomes part of life to have that inner contentment and happiness. Does that answer your question, Dr. Kuhn?
Yeah, thank you.
It's just that integration of the.
I just want to add the simple point to Dr. Khan's question that the mantra is, there's so many different ways to use a mantra. And in TM, it's used in a very specific way. And it's a vehicle to transcend itself. It's not held on to or clung to at all.
Exactly. We don't try to hold on to it. If it fades away, disappears.
I'm not sure if you folks are hearing me.
Yeah, we are. You're good.
And I also want to mention one more thing, that trying to learn meditation from a book is like trying to learn the guitar without having a guitar in your hands. We're coming right. I just want to mention a couple of points. I'm going to send out an email with a survey to hear back from you about your experience. I hope you'll all just take a moment to throw down a few thoughts. Don't overthink it. It really helps us to know survey level data about the meeting, helps us improve. And also, if you're wanting continuing education certificate or certificate of attendance for this meeting, if you could just send an email to Roz at admin@VCFS, and we'll send you. If we don't hear from you, we'll just assume you don't need that. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Well, I think we're right at our ending time. Be well. Thank you for being with us. And stay in touch, and do come visit us on October 22nd to discuss what you integrated since the last few weeks.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Eric. Thank you.
It's great.
Thanks, everyone.
Enjoy.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, presenters.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roz.
Thank you very much.
Everyone.
Happy birthday, Amy.
Great time. Happy
birthday, Amy.
Oh, it should have sung happy birthday.
Sing it.
Happy birthday.